idea of having this event today. Thank you for our visitors to campus today. And, AI is here, isn't it? That's why you're here. We're all trying to figure it out. No one knows everything. And that's the proper function of a college, is to bring people together to study more issues so we can learn more about it. More importantly, so we can prepare our graduates for what a bright future they have. What a question mark for the future of our students, too. And how are we going to position ourselves to better prepare them for the workforce? Our faculty, for the most part, have embraced AI. We still have some faculty members that are hesitant, especially in the area if you ever teach English, and you know why, English teachers across the world or language teachers are worried about this technology. But if we don't prepare our students for tomorrow's workforce, we're in trouble. And so we're working with our faculty to learn more and incorporate it. We've had a good partnership with the University of Florida. A year ago, they sent 10 professors down to work with 25 of our professors for a 2-week period to do a deep dive in AI. And we're seeing the fruits of that work. And our work continues at the college to prepare our faculty through our Center for Teaching and Learning Excellence. But certainly today, connecting with our business partners will be an important part of how we're preparing everyone at the college. I do have some folks to introduce. Is Nikki Caboose here yet? From South Florida Tech Hub. We thank them for co-sponsoring this event with us. Nikki will be here later today. Neil Jeremiah. Neil is on our foundation board. Thank you, Neil, for coming. He's our vice chair of the Foundation of Palm Beach State College. They're a big supporter of the events that we do. Let's see, Dr. David Atwell from the School District Palm Beach District. Thank you for coming, David, and your team. Dean Hadley, Dean John Hadley, Dean of Business Computer Science in the back here. You'll hear from John later. We have another dean, Dean Richard White. Thank you for coming today, Richard.
I'll be right back.
Okay, we'll count on that. And Troy and Nico on our IT team, thanks a lot for your assistance. I'd also give a shout out to Rick Fethke in our fiscal office, who's been a very important supporter of this event. Palm Beach State is, it's our 90th anniversary. We've been celebrating all year. And I think this, if you take a look at that 90-year history, I believe this is probably the most innovative time in those 90 years. We've got so many great things happening at the college, major grants coming in, new programs, new buildings. Seems like we have a ribbon cutting every other week. This is a really happening place. And as we kind of take a look at the next 90 years and how we prepare for that, one thing is for sure, we're making a stand now to make sure that every graduate at Palm Beach State has a fundamental knowledge of artificial intelligence, has a foundation of ethics around AI, and also knowledge of AI in their disciplines. AI is just not for data scientists. It applies to every major that we offer here at the college. And I believe every one of our graduates have to have that working knowledge in those 3 areas to be effective in the future. With that, I'd like to introduce Matt Lanahan. Matt is our Business and Community Relations Director, who will introduce our keynote speaker today.
Thank you, Dr. Yogi. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Happy Friday. Exactly. So thank you everyone for being here. This is going to be the first of many of our, as we delve into the world of all things artificial intelligence. So this is an exciting event for us. I want to thank everybody for being here, our speakers, our panel discussion, and of course, our community and business partners. My name is Matt Lanahan, and I'm the Business and Community Relations Director here at the college. Essentially, my role is aligning our business partners with our internal programs to support our students in terms of getting internships, jobs, scholarships, fundraising, and everything in between in that. So if I don't know you, I'd love to introduce myself to you at lunch or after the program. So again, thank you for being here. That being said, I want to introduce our first speaker. Ryan Young is the Senior Staff Data Science Engineer at City Furniture, a leading American furniture and mattress retailer. With a bachelor's degree in computer software engineering from the University of Florida, Gators, Ryan brings a unique blend of technical skills that enable him to design and build end-to-end data solutions that are scalable, efficient, and impactful. Ryan is an advocate for open source solutions, opinionated code standards, and detailed documentation. He's always looking for ways to improve on best practices and is passionate about emergent technology, particularly in the field of large language models and their potential to augment the world. In addition to his expertise in data science, Ryan has worked on numerous blockchain projects and setting up experimental blockchain protocols for research and evaluation. At City Furniture, a family-owned company with over 22 showrooms across Florida, Ryan plays a crucial role in leveraging data and emerging technologies to drive innovation and growth. We could all give a big round of applause to Ryan and welcome him to Palm Beach State College.
And this comes up. Thank you. Hello, hello. Good, everybody. Great introduction. My name is Ryan, a data scientist at City Furniture, and I'm excited to have this opportunity to share my opinion with you all today. Thanks. Welcome, welcome. A little bit about me. I'm kind of a Swiss Army knife of sorts. I've done a bit of a diverse background. I've done front-end web development. I've done build APIs. I've managed servers, more of a DevOps role, and now I'm in this data science engineering role, building full stack artificial intelligence applications. Data science has always been my passion, so I'm very glad that I could be here today and share some of my thoughts. All right, and I know probably some of you are wondering, well, what does furniture retail have to do with data science? What business does artificial intelligence have in furniture sales? It doesn't really seem to be a cutting edge place, but it is. Obviously, we need to predict who's going to be in the showrooms. We need to be able to forecast tracking sales, and we use time series analysis to do that. We need to predict what our customers want to buy, oftentimes before they do. And we're using nearest neighbors, ALS algorithms to do that. Price optimization, media mix modeling, figuring out what marketing channels are the ones we want to keep spending in and which ones we don't want to keep spending in. Turnover models, trying to predict who might be wanting to leave and figuring out ways to convince them otherwise and help them improve. Supply chain optimization, figuring out where the product needs to be at the right place at the right time. All right. So that is it. Today's agenda. So before we begin, who here has used GPT? All right, great. Who here is paying for GPT-4? All right, very good. Great, all right. So today we're going to start out with the state of AI, what is available today, current states. Then we're going to talk about scaling laws. Here is scaling laws. Anybody? Great. So we're going to learn something today. All right. Scaling laws help us understand what's possible, because if we understand what's possible, then we can attempt to predict what is coming, and that'll be our third section, and then we'll end with some closing thoughts and some Q&A. All right, current states. So a little bit of history before we start. This isn't the full history, but for brevity, we're going to start with classical machine learning. These are your probably most well-known for spam filters and product recommenders. These are your early decision trees, support vector machines. Deep learning didn't really catch on until 2010, and that's when it really revolutionized the computer vision space. specifically with object classification and object detection. And we also saw the introduction of recurrent neural networks, and that gave us the, I guess, the rudimentary text generation, kind of similar to what ChatGPT does today. So it's a kind of an ancestor of sorts to ChatGPT. And remember that one because it'll be coming back later in the presentation. And then 2017, we got the very famous paper, Attention is All You Need. That paper introduced the transformer architecture that drives ChatGPT. And then 2022, that's when everything started. And the explosion. Yeah, let's see here. It might be. I think I'm a little dead here. Oh, there we go. All right, yeah, explosion. Great. So it's pretty clear. The spike in interest when ChatGPT launched, it caused a lot of hype, a lot of new possibilities. All right, so today we're going to talk about two primary generative AI models. We're going to talk about diffusion, and that's taking prompts and turning them into images. And we're going to talk about transformers. You might better know them as large language models, and that's how we get prompts into text and have conversations with our good friends, ChatGPT. All right, so starting with diffusion models, like I said, these models take your prompts and turn them into images. And they have numerous applications. I'm using them all over this PowerPoint. This is generated. Many other of my images are generated. In fact, all of them are generated except for the charts. So obvious application in the entertainment industry. Think about concept art. Think about background images for music videos. I think that's starting to happen. Marketing and advertisement. Think about brand logos. Think about any kind of promotional content, posters, you name it. Image restoration. Now this is a cool one. So this comes in two different forms. The first one is in painting, where you can kind of highlight. Maybe some of you have any of you tried this in OpenAI? You can highlight your image that you created and change parts of it while leaving the rest the same. Kind of, for example, let's say I wanted to replace that face with a cat. Pretty cool, right? Obviously you can take old images, old faded images, and kind of spruce them up a bit. And the other side of the coin is outpainting, and with that you can kind of tell the diffusion model to start painting around the edges, right? So imagine what it could make if you started painting to the right or to the left. Maybe more cats, maybe more faces. Who knows? So that's image restoration, and then obviously diffusion isn't restricted to just 2D images. There are models that can take prompts and turn them into 3D models, and as of most recently, OpenAI introduced Sora, and that will allow us to generate videos as well. So very exciting times. So which model do you pick? Which model should you use? Right now, there are three popular ones. The first one on the left over there is OpenAI's DALL-E 3. That is what I'm using throughout this entire deck. What it's really good at is it's very approachable, very easy to use, and it's very good at following your prompts. So if you give it a very complex prompt, it is the most likely out of these three to actually follow all of your instructions. So that's DALL-E 3. The next one on the list is Midjourney, and similar to DALL-E, it's very easy to use, very user-friendly. What it is good at is it has a very distinct artistic style. So it is very good at creative tasks, things like probably concept art. And when you need something more artistic, that's Midjourney's strength. And then the last one on our list here is Stable Diffusion, stability. And what sets it apart is that it is open source. And what do I mean by open source? That means that you can download these models right now and run them on your local machines. And what this has enabled is it has enabled a community to grow around it and customize it. So there are hundreds of fine-tuned models, and what I mean by fine-tuned, very specialized models that are good at certain things. Some are good at making Disney Pixar characters. Some are good at cats. Some are good at there are so many, and there's more being released every day. So the strength of Open Diffusion, even though it may not be as easy to use or easy to install, the level of customization that you get is unparalleled compared to the other two. All right, and speaking of customization, one of the limitations of these diffusion models is that they're kind of hard to control what you output, right? So you can say you want a deer, but that deer might have like 5 horns, as these diffusion models are prone to do sometimes. Or you might get like 7 deer, or you might get a deer that's really zoomed in. So what ControlNet does is it helps you control what the output will be. So so what happens is you give it extra inputs. Like, for example, you can give it the kind of a sketch, or this is an edge map up here. You can give it a human pose, or you can give it like a segmentation map. And then combined with your prompt, you can actually control what comes out. So taking the deer in the top right, or in the top left there, the default prompt is just give me a high quality image. You can see that it's always 1 deer, 2 horns, 4 legs, and it's very consistent regardless of what you make your prompt to be. Same with the image, with the human pose. It's always, a person with their hands kind of angled, no matter what the prompt, even the statue. So definitely lots. It'll make it much easier to generate content when you know what you're looking for. Right. All right. Next up is the transformer models, the large language models. This is your ChatGPT right here. So large language models pretty much can do most of the rudimentary natural language processing tasks. So think of summarization, think of language translation, think of name density recognition, like any kind of information extraction. That's what these models are really good at. Code generation as well, so they're also getting very good at writing code. I use Copilot regularly now to have it, it's kind of like a really, really powerful autocomplete, and it even writes my unit tests. So definitely lots of good stuff there. And then image analysis, some of the smarter ones can even take images, and you can actually talk to your images. So that's on the higher side of it, though. So which model do I pick? There's a lot of them. And with the language models, it's a little bit more of a spectrum. And it depends on what your business objectives are. So if you need like advanced math, then you're probably going to want to be in the top left of this chart. So the chart, the y-axis is quality, and the x-axis is speed. Quality is its score on various exams that we give these language models. The exams might be math, science, reading. It's kind of just an aggregation of all of those. That's the quality score. And then the speed is how long it takes for it to get an answer back to you. So if you need the math, then you're probably going to be in the upper left-hand quadrant of this graph. And the size of the circle is the price. So typically, the smarter it is, the more expensive it's going to cost. So and then if you're only doing like, I don't know, extracting countries out of documents, then maybe you don't need that kind of firepower. Maybe you can settle with a smaller 7B Mistral, one of those. All right, so one of the greatest limitations of these large language models is that you can talk to them for a little bit, but they start to forget. More prevalent back when ChatGPT's context window was small, but it still happens if you have really, really long conversations. Not only do they forget, they don't know your specific business rules. So they're general models. And obviously, if your business rules weren't in their training set, they're not going to know. And we're still, when they don't know, they're prone to making stuff up. And that's what we call hallucinations. So in order to overcome those limitations, the retrieval augmented generation RAG was created. And what does RAG do? What does RAG do? It takes your question and it looks up similar documents in your database. It looks for similar business logic that might relate to your question, sends those documents together, your prompt and the matched business logic, to the LLM, and it answers your question based on all that context. So it brings your business logic and your prompt to the LLM. And what it does is it allows you to essentially talk to your data. And this has many applications, customer care agents. You can give it all the frequently asked questions, and then anytime a question comes in, it'll take those frequently asked questions, send them to the LLM, and it'll answer those questions. Business analytics, essentially, you can talk to your database. So you can do all kinds of rudimentary, high-level surface, probably answer a lot of those questions that way. And then research assistance is another one where you can, again, you can have a bunch of research academic papers, and you can ask questions about those papers. So that is that. And now, how are we using it? We are mostly using the language models right now. And our first use case is advanced scenario planning, but we're driving it with a conversational UI to make it more approachable to business users. And this is really where I think the next phase of user interface, user experience is going. Away from the complex forms, complex, cumbersome, they take forever. You don't know what sometimes you don't know what half of them are unless they have good tooltips, and more towards this conversational experience where you can skip the parts that you don't need. It's non-linear, and you get what you want faster. And then following that, corporate assistance. So this is the RAG interface that I was talking about earlier, where we are allowing our associates to talk to all of the standard operating procedures and get their questions answered much quicker than sifting through a big folder that is actually kind of hard to search right now. And then the last one, we're creating sales assistants. So, and these sales assistants are going to help personalize your shopping experience by kind of summarizing, all of a customer's past interactions into one concise paragraph that the sales associates can use to help more quickly, more effectively close that sale. So that's what we are doing, and that concludes the current state, what is available. Now I'm going to talk about scaling laws. So what is possible? So what are scaling laws? They help us predict what is possible if we only threw more compute at this problem. So if we did nothing but throw compute, what are we going to get? Because that's the path of least resistance, right? You don't need to innovate, you just make the machines bigger. And this is based on research by DeepMind, by OpenAI, by many others. And at a high level, so looking at this chart up here, the y-axis is loss. And what is loss? So the way machine learning models learn is not so different than how we learn. They get books, textbooks, articles, news, and they study these books. And when they're done studying, they get practice exercises, and they answer the practice exercises, and maybe they don't get all of them right, but they get a score at the end, and that score is the loss. And they essentially do this over and over again. They read the books, they do the practice exercises, and based on what questions and answers they get wrong, they adjust their beliefs, and over time they get better, and their loss goes down. And that time that they spend studying is the flops. That's the computes they use. So the time spent and the energy consumed, that is what we're calling flops. And flops are floating point operations, all the instructions that are taken in the training process. So what this graph is telling us at a high level is that it gets harder to get loss the closer you get to zero, which makes sense. But it's very important to know that. Right, because if it were just a straight line down, then indeed, all we would need to do is just make these machines bigger. But it's not. Now, what do I mean by compute? Compute can be broken down into two dimensions, and don't panic. This is the only equation I'm going to show you today. It's important. So compute can be broken down into two dimensions: model parameters, that's n, and model parameters is analogous to the brain. So the smarter you are, the more, the less loss you're going to have. Makes sense, right? And then the size of the training data, the number of books you get, because the more books you get, the more you can generalize, the less loss you're going to get. So it makes sense. But what the team at DeepMind found was that the amount of training data explains more error than more loss than the model parameter count. So essentially, the number of books you get is more important than the size of your size of the brain. So that's important, right? Because the size of the brain, it's actually just a number. It's very easy to change. The books, on the other hand, there are only so many books. So the question becomes, how many books do we need? How much data do we need? And does it exist? So we're going to answer that question. So the community has actually ran this experiment with the scaling laws, and they came up with this chart. On the y-axis, you have the error, the loss, and then on the x-axis, you have the number of tokens. Tokens are kind of close to words, and for the sake of this conversation, we're going to pretend that they're words. But what they found was that gobs and gobs of words are needed. And just for reference, all of English Wikipedia is a couple billion words. That's 10 to the 9. And then all of the internet that was collected by Common Crawl is close to 1 trillion words. That's 10 to the 12. But we can't use all of it for various reasons. There's duplicates. It's got all kinds of redundant information, HTML tags and whatnot. So, but that's where we are right now. And in order to get closer to 0, we have a long way to go. So now we have to ask ourselves, well, what data is left that we haven't really trained on yet? And there's a couple of different sources. I already talked about that there might be more that we can do with the internet, but it's kind of really hard to sift through. There's Twitter and Facebook. Both of those could be good prospects, but obviously that data it's not public. It's not really available for use. It would be interesting if Twitter started to sell that data, but we'll see if they decide to use it themselves or what they do with it. YouTube, in theory, you can transcribe all of those videos, but that would also be quite the effort. Emails, text messages, again, there's probably a lot of data there, but not only is it private, do we really want to be training on text messages and emails and risk the chance of these models regurgitating potentially sensitive information? That is the question. And then lastly, the academic journals. A lot of the journals that we're training on right now are from arXiv. That's a public access journal. There's definitely more that can be had if we had access to some of these more gated journals, but they're gated, so we can't right now. And then non-electronic, there's lots of non-electronic books, I'm sure, but the efforts that it would take to actually bring them into a format that we can consume would probably be tremendous. So the theme here is that there is data that exists, but it's not really easy to get to. And now I know a lot of you are probably thinking, well, what about all the content that gets generated every year? Surely that will get us to these obscene numbers eventually, right? Well, that research was done as well. What they found here, they came up with these 3 graphs. The y-axis is always the medium. So the first 2 are looking at words, so text data, how it grows over time. And the third one is images, so vision data. And each of these graphs has 2 lines. The first line is the growth, projected growth based on historical trends. So based on, past training data size growth, what can we use that to extrapolate into the future? And then the red line is, so the red line is the historical trend, and the blue line is the trend based on compute availability, and that is derived actually using the scaling laws. So two methods of extrapolation, and they kind of both agree with each other. So the main takeaway from these is that the one on the far left, the low quality text data, and the image data on the far right, these it's kind of more uncertain when we'll run out. We do know that it's unlikely to happen before 2030, and it's unlikely to happen after 2060. But what we do know is that the high quality language data is likely to run out soon, before 2026. And the question is, well, how important is that high quality data to actually get more loss? How much of that high quality data contributes to that loss, right? So if it does contribute a lot, then data could very well be a bottleneck very soon. So that's data. And now finally, let's pretend for a moment that we had unlimited data. How much compute would be required? And the community has done this experiment as well. So what they did was they used the scaling laws to figure out how much compute is needed for various levels of data, and they actually converted the compute to actual dollars, millions of dollars, based on the training cost of Chinchilla. This is a model built by DeepMind, which cost them $2.5 million. So the model, the compute chart up there, you can see the models are kind of there for comparison. Chinchilla's in purple. And then on the right-hand side, the dots are not models anymore. They are places, countries, states, planets, and they represent the GDP of each of these places. So as you can see, as we approach zero, the costs become really big, really quick. And in order to really approach zero, we need essentially the entire globe to be cooperating on this problem. So there are definitely gains to be had here, but my main point here is that the climb is getting steeper, and perhaps we need more than scale. And that's my first prediction today. So, predictions. Given that we know that while there might still be more gains, and perhaps scale isn't necessarily the path of least resistance, where else might we find innovations? That's what we're going to explore here. All right, so no surprise to anyone. I think where we're going to innovate is more so making models smaller and more efficient. It's already happening. Fine tuning is already very much a phenomenon. You have the open source communities are churning out all kinds of models every day. And fine tuning, these are just smaller models that are very efficient in particular tasks. So think of a model that is very good at talking to databases. Think of a model that's very good at being a customer care agent. Think about models that are, like I was saying earlier, very good at drawing cats, things like that. And then quantization is another one that probably is less well known. But what quantization allows us to do is it takes the bigger models and it reduces their precision. Now, what do I mean by that? Models are essentially, their outputs are their weights. And the weights are very long, very long lists of numbers and decimal numbers. So if we reduce the precision on those numbers, essentially they become smaller. And not only does it make them take less space, it also makes them faster. So what we get is models that are half the size, a quarter of the size. And the key here is making them small without sacrificing accuracy. And there are tricks to do this. It gets harder as you reduce the accuracy more. But my point here is that I would expect to see more of these kind of innovations where there are tricks to make the models smaller and better, given what we have. So that's that. The other thing, we were talking about how data might be a bottleneck. What if we can create our own data algorithmically? That would be interesting, right? And this is in fact already happening with images. A lot of image training data sets, they have images shifted, they have them zoomed, warped, rotated, because at the end of the day, this helps it actually was proven to help the image models generalize better. And on top of that, the recently released Llama 3 by Meta and the recently released Phi 3 by Microsoft, they are both attributing some of their success, and it is wild success, to using this technique. So I think there's definitely something here, and we'll probably be seeing more of it. All right. And then this question, right? So maybe transformers are not the maybe transformers aren't necessarily the future. What other models might we expect, right? So one of those models is called Mamba. And what Mamba does is it brings back the idea of long-term memory from recurrent neural nets. Remember our history. It brings back that kind of that concept to instead of taking the entire context, because what transformers do is they remember your entire prompt and go through your entire prompt on every single word they output for you. So instead of taking your entire prompt, Mamba is only going to look at the relevant parts of that prompt. So it's much less compute intensive, and it allows the model to intake much larger prompts and intake them and respond back to you much faster. So that's Mamba. And then there have been other teams working on Jamba, and what Jamba does is it kind of it combines the best of both, right? Because the downside of Mamba is that since we're not using the entire prompt anymore, it's not as accurate. So Jamba it maintains some of the short-term memory, but it also it uses both short-term and long-term, kind of similar to what to how the human brain works. So the outcome there is that maybe someday soon we'll have maybe book critics, artificial intelligences that can go and actually read the whole book and tell you what their thoughts are. So that would be interesting now, wouldn't it? All right. Open source. I've been mentioning this throughout, but the open source community, it's growing. There's no disputes there, and there's definitely a market for it, because many businesses, they want to use these models, but they don't want to send their data to OpenAI. So the way to go around that is to download these open source models and run them themselves. So there's a market there, and the performance gap is decreasing. Couple days ago, we got Llama 3, Command R+. Both of these models are approaching GPT-4 level quality very quickly. So I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we get models that are at that same level. The question is, what does OpenAI have cooking under the hood, right? We know that they're working on something, and they are claiming that it's quite the boost in performance. So there have been rumors circulating of a Q star. And Q star, some are speculating it to be a combination of Q learning. This is a term from reinforcement learning. And what it is it allows the models to kind of predict the value of actions versus others, right? And a star is a much older term. It's used in pathfinding. So not necessarily finding the shortest path, but finding the best path. So like the shortest path might go through water and mountains. The best path would stay on roads. That's how you would think about it. Yeah, so, and this kind of makes sense, because another limitation for large language models, transformers, is that they predict the most probable next word, but not necessarily the best next word. So if there was a mechanism to better identify that best next word, this would make them much more effective at planning and reasoning and math specifically. So we'll see what they have, but if it's this, then that would be, we'll see how quickly the open source keeps up. All right, that concludes my predictions. And now for some closing thoughts, a little bit about ethics. So AI alignment and safety. I think this is a really important topic, because as these models get smarter, as they get more autonomous, we're going to need to make sure that they are acting in our best interest. And unfortunately, they are kind of oftentimes cast in a kind of bad light, complaints of making these models less smart because we're taking data away from them, claims that they are adopting a very particular viewpoints that may or may not be agreed upon by everyone. Training data bias is the term for that. So maybe these aren't the best ways to censor, to align these models, but this topic is still very important, and I hope it gets more attention going forward. And then privacy, we already talked a little bit about privacy. We don't really want these corporations to be training on our data, but as users, privacy is important as well because we need to be careful what we send to these models, right? We don't want to be sending anything that is PII. We don't want to be sending any proprietary secrets, anything like that. So it's on us to actually interact with these models in a safe way. And then authenticity and misinformation. These models are getting very, very good at producing realistic outputs. So it's getting harder and harder to identify what is real and what is not. Now, there are models that are good at identifying, what is real and what is not, but it's kind of becoming an arms race, right? So those models are getting eclipsed by other models that are kind of hiding their associated markers. So we'll see how that is handled. And then copyrights and intellectual property. Essentially, what can you own a style, right? Can you own an art style? Can you own a writing style? These are the questions that are actively being discussed. All right, and obviously lots of changes coming, but humans are not going away. That is the key point here, right? So based on my first prediction that intelligence isn't going to explode just based on easy scale, humans are still going to be needed. And this quote, it's probably overused, honestly, but I think it's worth repeating here. AI is not going to replace humans, but humans with AI are going to replace humans without AI. And that's by Karim Lakhani, Harvard business professor. And then finally, how can you prepare? So my advice to you is to use the tools. And I'm glad to see that many of you are already using the tools, but if you haven't tried out GPT-4, try it out. If you haven't tried out, and don't just try out GPT, try out Llama, try out Claude, try out Mistral. There are many, many models out there. So try them all out, understand what is possible. Next, govern your data. If you can't understand your data, if you don't know where it is, the models won't be able to understand or use it either. So the better documented your data is, the more like in terms of a database, commented tables, commented columns. If you have a knowledge base, making sure that knowledge base is up to date. Things like that will help you. It'll greatly help your if you want to do any RAG implementations. And then finally, unstructured data. What do I mean by unstructured data? This is like text files, this is PDFs. These are data sources that were traditionally very hard to extract data from. Now, transformers are very, very good at extracting data from these types of files. So if you can identify these data sources, you might have some good opportunities there. Alrighty, and that concludes my talk here today. Thank you all for taking the time to listen, and we'll be doing some questions. So, what questions do you have for me?
So, any questions for Ryan?
Sure.
I'm just like thinking like sales or whatnot. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Are you able to use the template of like your layout, and would AI be able to make a new layout that would be better for product placement and sales, like, and give you the best outcome?
Kind of like an interior design-ish.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. We're looking into it. Not quite yet. Actually, ControlNet from earlier might be instrumental in enabling that, right? So you can kind of tell it essentially where things might go. and it can give you perspective layouts, but possible. I think it's less so a large language model problem and more so maybe a traditional data science problem where you identify like which products are selling the most, and you kind of want those closer to the front. That's where I would think it would go more so. But I'm sure as a secondary opinion, a large language model can probably give you some interesting insights. So kind of a different perspective is how I would see it there. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. So it's very impressive. But I'm curious, how can you relate or apply this kind of knowledge to education, especially in teaching and learning?
Sure.
Of course, I don't know how much relevance there is, but
Sure,
I'd
sure.
appreciate it.
Sure, yeah. I mean, in terms of teaching and learning, actually, transformers are very good at explaining things in approachable ways. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Explain It Like I'm Five from Reddit. It's very good at taking very complex terms and explaining it so that anyone can understand, right? So try it out. I would encourage it. Transformer, large language models, ChatGPT.
We have a question from over here.
Can you give us some examples of synthetic language data? I wasn't
Sure.
quite sure about that.
Sure. I mean, so this is more perspective, right? But imagine if you could generate like kind of like replacing verbs and nouns, kind of swapping them around. I'm kind of just speculating here. We don't actually know, I haven't read in detail how Microsoft and Facebook are actually doing their synthetic data, but kind of similar to how images are getting kind of shifted, not so much that it doesn't reflect reality anymore, more so that it's just a slightly different perspective to help the models generalize. So just kind of changing maybe the style of the text, maybe changing the verbiage a little bit, things like that, but in an automated way, right? So maybe we had a long list of verbs and long lists of synonyms, essentially, and you can kind of flip these synonyms around. This is very naive approach, but yeah, I'm sure Facebook and Microsoft will be releasing more on how they're actually doing that, so.
I just met this woman sitting next to me. I'm Richard White. I'm with Arts and Humanities. And I'm curious about that we do have a lot of faculty at the college who are just totally against AI because the first thing they think of is just a way to cheat. It's a way to, yeah. And so what can you tell me, what can you share that we can put their mind at ease, we can do something, what can we do to get it across there's other ways to do it, they're not always going to cheat because there's ways to teach them how to use AI.
Right, and I think that's the key, right? So it's changing, it's a paradigm shift, essentially, right? So the tools are here and they're going to be used one way or another. So rather than resist that change, better to integrate it into the actual learning material. So make the exams so that it's like a collaborative effort. Make it so that, you know, if you're not using the LLMs, maybe you'll be at a disadvantage, right? It's because they're not going away. So we might as well, yeah, it will. That is correct. So we might as well, rather than keep them at arm's length, integrate them, get them more integrated, I would say.
We have another question from right here.
Thanks for being here. How are you guys dealing with bots that are artificially driving traffic, and how do you kind of disseminate that between a real human and you know, what's popular and what's really just being potentially not popular but driven up by somebody that's not real?
Yeah, no, great question. So there are definitely models that kind of detect bot behavior, right? So it's kind of like an anomaly detection problem that is getting actively harder to solve, but there are still algorithms that can kind of keep up, but it will get increasingly harder and harder as bots become more and more able to really replicate that behavior. So it's a hard problem is my answer to your question, and it'll only get harder. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a hard problem, and I don't have an immediate answer for it, but it'll definitely, I'm sure it'll be an active research area. So.
Hi, I don't know if this is allowed, but I wanted to touch on the gentleman's question back there on the piece with students cheating. School districts, Palm Beach County, how you doing? Yeah, so, as we know, AI models can't detect whether AI models wrote something or not. AI models can't detect whether an AI model wrote it or not with any level of accuracy. You get false positives and false negatives.
Yep.
Right. And I've tried to re-educate everybody who hears the sales pitch for the last year, right? But one thing that we've seen that's coming from working with our different products is closed systems where you can actually do the writing inside of a system that has an AI teaching assistant or tutor within it. So it's a writing program, but it's closed. So now instead of a student going in and using whatever program on their computer that's completely separate, you're actually doing all of your writing within a program where you're actually working with an AI tutor to make your writing better, and you're iterating on that writing process. So it's literally like you're sitting down and writing a paper with an expert helper, a friend on the side, and it records everything that you're doing. So you're not copy pasting stuff in, you're using their AI. You're able to do it within an environment, and the program actually facilitates the authentic learning experience. We do use Khan Academy in the district, and it's in the beginning stages of those things. Yes, Conmigo. Yes, so it's getting better every day, just like the exponential curve of improvement, and it's going in that direction. Yeah.
All right, very cool.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we have a line now. We've got another question coming from over here.
Go ahead. Yeah,
She had her hand up earlier.
that's fine.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Ryan, for your insight. So that's been an overarching theme from individuals who are in the AI space. And, AI is not going to replace human beings. However, those who understand AI, there's going to be a difference between those who do and those who don't. So how is City Furniture mitigating that? Because if you're using AI capability, then why would we hire an individual such as yourself versus, just using AI?
Sure. Well, we are actively, one of our objectives this year is to make sure that every department is aware of AI, kind of similar to the objectives here, making sure that every student understands what AI can do so that they can use it. Because at the end of the day, it's just not smart enough yet to really replace an actual human. So if you can use it, then you're going to be more productive, and that's what counts, right? So we want to increase productivity. That's the idea.
We have another question over here.
Hi, Dr. Carneiro de Paula, Computer Science Department here. Just to answer your comment, I think that teachers need to really dive in, because we do have, like it was mentioned, a lot of tools that the teachers can indeed create personalized tutoring for the students. Of course, that will not make, okay, the students will use the tool, but what happens if on the side the student goes to ChatGPT and asks for some answers? There is so much we can do, but at least from the point of view of critical thinking, you can guide them to using those personal assistants that a lot of tools allow you to create your classrooms and then create the personal assistant and create an environment that is for them to customize their own education. And of course, always bring them to decide to the informed decisions, right? So I have a say that I usually say, students that want to learn will learn. The ones that don't want to learn will not learn. So of course, there's so much we can do, but if we can teach most of them, that's what we have been doing over the years. I think they are able to understand the importance of their role. And I think that the AI with the personal assistants and the customized tutoring is able to bring them to cover over the responsibility of their education.
Thank you for the presentation, Ryan. One thing that I'm concerned, I see all the benefits of AI. I use it all, every single day. A quarter of my code is written by Copilot. But one thing that worries me a lot is that we are not measuring, technology is exponentially growing, but the social fabric, the social processes are linear, right? And we're going to experiment very quick changes in all areas, unemployment. And people says, we saw that with the Industrial Revolution, but this time is different because the jobs that we're losing, are high-paying jobs. People train 7, 8 years to get to the level of doing, X-ray analysis or something like that. Now the AI is replacing those guys. To train somebody for 10 years for a job that we're going to have models that are going to be training 6 months better, so we're not catching up, and nobody's talking about that. The influence in elections, I'm very worried about the next election because you cannot trust even a phone call now with your kid's voice, you cannot trust. So are we doing enough to reconcile the issues in the social fabric with the technology?
It's a great question. I would say this goes hand in hand with AI alignment. And I do hope that we will see more of this field. And I think that field is where these kind of questions would be addressed. But more so, I would say, while they will be replacing some of these higher paying jobs, I would think we would see more movement to like research, right? Because those are, I think, still require a degree of intelligence and creativity that is not quite replaceable yet.
Creating research are not going to replace the millions of jobs that we're going to lose with self-driving cars, trucks, right? And again, the AI initiatives that we're doing are working at the human scale. It's not exponential. We're still doing linear. We're trying to come up with who should be in these meetings. We're not moving fast enough by far.
I agree. So we might need other policies to help, maybe some kind of universal basic income to help mitigate it. It might need a different approach beyond perhaps just training, is what I'll say. So.
In a question with Matt and to what this gentleman's saying, what you're saying, I think is really important to think about this, what is happening here. And Matt had brought up the idea of no, was that you? Bot calls, Matt bot calls. Will there ever be a time when the telephone system or cell phone system might be able to have something that will detect whether you're receiving a bot call?
I mean, there are already systems that can detect bot calls.
Really?
It's just getting harder to detect.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Yeah. So it's definitely going to be a point of research going forward, is what I'll say. I don't have an immediate answer, but definitely a good thing to think about.
We have a question here, and before we get to your question, sir, Dr. V, what courses do you teach?
I teach coding, programming, and database, mainly.
Coding, programming, database. And sir, if I caught what you said, I mean, you code, but can you repeat what you said earlier about how much AI is generating your code?
I think that about 25% of my code is written by Copilot. I just, ask him, write this code, and then I review it. It still makes a mistake. Today, yeah.
How about 3 or 4 years?
Who knows? Who knows? Because it's growing exponentially.
So, I mean, that has implications for what we teach too, right? I mean, you got to know what you're looking at if it's AI generated, but you know, it's going to impact what we teach at the college, isn't it? Yeah, please.
So I use AI daily. I own a real estate brokerage, and we use AI for marketing, for descriptions, for, you know, any aspect of that that you can think of. One of the things I get some mixed reviews on is, you know, I have a system that will actually call clients, and they'll call and talk to them and get all kinds of, you know, whether it's home search info or whatever they're doing, whatever their point in the transaction is. And it'll relay it to the team, to my team, and, you know, update everything. 9 out of 10 times the clients have no idea that it's AI calling. It's pretty impressive. You really can't tell very easily on the phone. When I do explain it to them, most of them seem to accept it, but there are the select few that get upset by it and feel tricked or sold, or which is not the idea, right? It's just getting basic information, asking very simple questions. Do you think that stigma is ever going to kind of go away and be more, you know, it's,
I mean,
especially in a sales aspect where
there's going to be a generation soon that is only going to be familiar with AI.
Sure,
So,
sure.
I think,
fair enough, fair
I
enough.
think it
Yeah,
is
yeah.
quite likely to not be as big of an issue in the future.
Sure.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not more upset, it's more confusion. A lot of clients are a little bit older, never had any experience with it whatsoever.
Yeah. 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 Regulation will be very active, I'm sure, tackling all these gray areas.
Got another question over here.
Good morning, everyone. I tried to go to college. My name is Christine. The question I have is, starting with children, okay, because the world changed based on how children are brought up. And now that children are now being born into this, what are they called? What are those? Gen X?
Gen Eds.
They're
Gen-
digital children? The
Yeah.
digital
Sure.
generation?
Sure.
That is born automatically with all of this AI around them. Now, because I am, the side effect questions. And at what age are these AI are presented to these children, to where do you think that if it's presented to them at a young age that they lose how to tap into their own creativity? Because artificial intelligence becomes so, it's like enabling as a child to where they can't tap into their creativity because the technology is doing all of that. So at what age do a child really have to be, because when my daughter, I was kind of not too well with my daughter learning about the computers when she was at a young age, because and college, not college, in elementary school. But I didn't go and protest or anything. I try to follow the laws until I see a bad effect. It wasn't a bad effect, but I do see that children that learned AI in school, by the time they graduate and you try to talk to them and see what creativity they have, the only thing they're going to be doing is depending on the age. They pull out some type of electronic technology. So it's kind of like with your brainwave, if you don't use that, because see, we are the first AI that God made. So I think we should, children at a young age, elementary, that they should not be introduced into that yet. Let them figure out their creativity, and then with that creativity, but it's kind of hard to do that because they can go home, they see mommy and daddy, but it starts in a home. But I believe that parents should also let the children know, hey, this is technology, but you still need to tap into what God gave you. Because we wasn't born here just to depend on machine. Otherwise, God would have never made us. And actually, we were the one that made the machine from somebody's creativity. So if we start taking that away from children at a young age by bombarding them with all this electronic intelligence, they may lose tap of their gift. All right, I don't know. I probably was talking around in
No,
circles.
it's a great point. It's a great point. So 2 points. First off, I think the having these more isolated environments will help with that. So instead of getting the full GPT experience, you might get something that is not as smart, not as creative. So that'll help tremendously. Yeah, entry-level AIs at a younger age. And then on top of that, I think we're a ways away from that kind of creativity right now. Well, that's creativity, I guess, right? So, I mean, it's not all bad. Yeah.
If we can try to keep make it so that it's going fast, we have a lot of questions, so.
Excellent. I will be very quick. Is it my
Your-
turn?
It's your turn.
Awesome. I'm a fan of crayons. I'm right there with you. Can we go back one slide? No, forward one. The way you did the credits, I really like that because there's a lot of confusion about how to actually like make a note that you used AI to help your presentation. Like people are constantly wondering, do I let people know? Do I not? I think that's a really classy, appropriate way of doing that.
Thank you. I will say that I actually have a mistake here. It's DALL-E should be up here too. So my bad.
Shame on you.
Okay, so we're gonna keep moving on with the questions. If you have a question, please keep your hand raised.
Right. So to address your question, and if there's anyone in here that is a parent, there is concern, and we completely understand. That's why we have forums like this at the college level to engage stakeholders such as yourself, along with the School District of Palm Beach County. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to put on my academic instructor hat. I worked in education, specifically in the classroom, for over 10 years. And so that was one thing that we definitely saw. The more that technology increased, the creativity reduced. And what we're seeing a lot, and a lot of employers have come to us and say, the thing that the students are lacking the most is not so much the technology skills, it's the actual interaction. Once the pandemic hit, it really changed everything. Students were just on the phone. They weren't interacting. They weren't having conversations. So what do we do at the college level? What do we do at the academic level? Once again, it's having that dialogue, it's having that conversation, and then also saying, how do we use this as a tool? It's not a crutch. So if they're, using AI to write essays, we can have examples. Which one was written by a human? Which one was written by a human being? Which one's written by an AI? Give me specific characteristics. So we thank you for your concern, and then, bring those up and we can have more of a conversation.
Okay, we've got another question from back here. Oh,
sorry. In one of your first slides, you were going through the timeline, 2000s machine learning, 2010 deep learning, but then 2017 you had mentioned an article. Did you say it was called Attention is All You Need?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Okay, we have another question
It's
back here.
academic paper.
Good morning, Dr. Casey Byen, computer science. This is just to piggyback what have been said, and I do respect, I'm going to wear my instructor hat, and me being a parent of an 11-year-old kid who has been very creative since she was 2. So I have introduced her ChatGPT, and she knows what ChatGPT is without me telling her. So if, for me as a parent, will not be able to explain to her the pros and cons, she would find that out outside. And before I actually introduced that, she's like, oh, you're going to show me ChatGPT? My friends are using ChatGPT. So I was very surprised. So, I do understand that there is a possibility that they would, lose their creativity. But quite honestly, I'm very impressed that they are more creative because of the tools that we have in the market. But it's a matter, in my opinion, is, supervision. There's a lot of parental controls. Um, the fact that these are available and they can easily access this one without our knowledge. So if they're not going to come to us, she's not going to come to me, and I don't have any open conversation about it, the more so that she's going to be intrigued and possibly use AI into, a wrong way on how to do it. She's a very creative artist. So she has her own iPad, but there's a lot of limitations. She can't access the browser. And even if she attempts to open Safari or Google Chrome or whatever the browser is, she can't. It's because I have restricted all of those. Well, if you are, curious how to set those up, definitely you can ask any those who are knowledgeable. But I do respect, I was very nervous about it. Like, when you introduce technology to them, as they say, that you're actually not opening them to the world, right? It's the other way around. It's the world that has access to them, which is scary as a parent, with a very young age. But in a sense of like being objective, it's an open conversation. As they say, if you let them touch the fire, they would know that, oh, that hurts. So it's a conversation, a sit down conversation with them. What are the ethical implications if you do this, X, Y, and Z? So there's always like, different ways on how to make it more secured for them, but at the same time, it's a tool for them to be more creative.
Yep.
Wow, mine's a little more personal. In your timeline here of, how AI has developed, and I've seen maybe 30, 40 presentations on AI, you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So my question is, in that timeline, between, sort of algorithms and machine learning and AI, how long have you been in this journey? A, and B is how big is your group or that are working on this for your company?
I transitioned a couple years ago, and my team's actually very small. The challenge right now is proving the ROI on data science, and what helps is proving that we are better than the vendor down the street, right? And our selling point there is that it's always good to have a baseline to compare against those vendors, because sometimes the vendors are not everything they are advertising, right? And sometimes our models have in fact beaten those vendors, and other times they've helped us reduce the cost of those vendors during the negotiations by giving us a way to walk away if we needed to.
How much time do you think you'll need to beyond a reasonable doubt?
You mean
your value added, your ROI, or have you already done that?
No, we've already done it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan, thank you so much. Apparently, this is a pretty hot topic. But yeah, excellent job, Ryan. Thanks again. And we appreciate the collaboration with you all and City Furniture. We have another great speaker coming up. Chris, I just want to, before I introduce him, I just want to say Silver Logic, which is based in Boca Raton. They've been a wonderful partner for us in Palm Beach State. Every time we've reached out to Chris or David, the CEO, they've been just excellent response. Yes, of course, we will support. They're really engaging with us and working with us every step of the way in terms of building our information management curriculum and embedding, AI into everything Palm Beach State. So Chris, thank you. And I did want to give them a shout out. They do host a happy hour the last Wednesday of every month at their office in Boca. So definitely check that out. It's on Eventbrite. They have a different topic every month. This past Wednesday was on patent law and AI. So definitely, if you're in that area, definitely look them up on Google and Eventbrite, and maybe we'll see you there and grab a drink together. But anyways, so Chris Johnson is Director of Product at the Silver Logic, a South Florida-based software development agency. His primary focus is generative AI to develop non-deterministic software. By harnessing the power of multimodal models, Chris is committed to deploying AI solutions for better work and life experiences. Chris also hosts a 2-minute AI tip video on LinkedIn, so please follow him on LinkedIn as well. Please give a nice round of applause for Chris Johnson.
What's happening, everyone? So I usually kick off all my talks with Q&A, but we just got out of Q&A. But I only do that because I want you guys like interacting the whole time. I'm going to blow this up a little bit, put it up here, live dangerously. Because yeah, this is not just me talking. This is going to be a really interactive session. I'm just going to show you all of how I use ChatGPT. I will point out that this is ChatGPT Plus, which I didn't see how many hands went down from earlier, but if you're not paying for ChatGPT, you're not really using ChatGPT. You're kind of using like an old model that has old data in it, and you know, good for writing summaries of stuff if you need to, but it's not really it. So here, how's this for size? Can everyone read this? I kind of blew it up a little bit. I think this is it. Okay. Well, let's jump right in. So we're here talking about education, and I have a bunch of stuff we're going to go into, image generators, using the code interpreter. But to answer your question here in the back about like, okay, your colleagues don't like this. They think it's just cheating. You know, how are we going to deal with that? And it's totally, if you just want to write me a To Kill a Mockingbird 5-paragraph essay and turn it in, you're gonna not do good in school, or you're not gonna do good in life because you didn't really push yourself. So there's definitely that scare. But it also is kind of the greatest thing to ever happen with education. So I wanted to kind of show you how I didn't necessarily learn something, but I wanted to kind of go back and like revisit something from college. And I wanted to look at this concept of language games again. And all I remembered that Ludwig Wittgenstein was the one who wrote it. So I just asked it, what books were published by Ludwig Wittgenstein? And I remember it was the Tractus, but then it was like, oh, it was Philosophical Investigations. And then even in here, it talks about exploring the concept of language games. So I'm like, all right, perfect. It's Philosophical Investigations. But it also came back with all types of stuff. So, you know, it's very much an exploratory tool. Like I've never read On Certainty, but that sounds pretty interesting. Like, you know, like too many people are way too certain of themselves. And okay, so now I say, give me a detailed explanation of philosophical investigations. And of course, it gives me a nice one. It talks about how it actually is kind of a detachment from where he was at, the Tractus. And he talks about language games. And it was somewhere in here. It was the key part to all this. Oh yeah, language games. It was the key part, and it talks about how words don't get their meaning from their attachment to like an object or a thing. They get their meaning for the language games they're playing in. And this is something I kind of wanted to jump into. So yeah, it goes in, and I read about all this stuff, and I was just kind of digging in. And now I said, give me some examples of some language games, because in the example he was talking about like, these are the language games that are played, and this is how it was. So it gave a bunch of the language games, and then it was this builders game was the one that really stuck with me, and it actually mentions it was the most famous one. So I was like, oh, all right, that's why I remember it. It stuck with me too. And in this language game, let's go over it. There's 4 words. It is a worker and his assistant. And it's a very simple game. If the worker says block, he goes and gets a block. And then if the worker says slab, the worker goes and gets the slab. And realize that like I said that word, but I didn't say go get the slab. It's understood within the language game. And so let's keep going. So elaborate on the builder's game, and again, it just kind of jumps into that scenario, and then somewhere it says it. This example challenges the traditional view that the words are derived from the meanings by referring to objects or state of affairs. Instead, Wittgenstein argues that the meaning of the words lies in the use within a language game, and that's something that I wanted to just like take a refresher course on, because a lot of times, again, we build custom software. I'm talking to clients all the time, and words have lots of meanings. And I realized when there's confusion, I was like, oh, I think we're playing the wrong language game. So I just kind of wanted to revisit that. And it did a great job. So thanks, ChatGPT, for being a great little tutor on the side. And again, I wanted to start with that because we're here at an institution of education. And, you know, I just thought that would be a good place to start. Does anyone have any questions there? All right, moving right along. And I'm just going to kind of pick some of these at random. Okay, so so this is a really simple one that I did a long time ago, and then I'm like, and this was only the one. So I was foreseeing, I'm like, if I had $1 billion and I spent 30 million a year, how long would it take for me to spend it all? And it says 33%. And that was when I walked in here, that was all I had. But I'm like, all right. And I wanted to show you this because if you notice, it wrote code and then delivered the result. And that's something people don't really realize they can do. And of course, and I didn't want you guys to think, oh, why don't you just pull out a calculator, Chris? Like you could have figured that out. I'm like, okay, well, let's dig into this example. And again, this was right over here. So I want to calculate how long it would take to spend $30 billion at 30 million a year burn rate. I'm assuming though that my $1 billion would grow at 5% per year. If it grew at 5% per year, and I spent a 30 year, how long would it take to run out of money? So now it wrote this whole function, and you know, sometimes the code interpreter kind of messes up. Like this is a giant beta so it like, okay, that's not right. Let's try again. And now try again, and it came back as infinite. And I was like, okay, I wonder, did that work? Like 5% a year? That sounds too much. And so I'm like, okay, well, give me an example if it grew at 1% a year. So now it reran it. I'm like, all right, 41. Okay, if it grew 1% a year, I went from 33 years to 41 years. I'm like, okay, that's good. All right, now give me 2%, and now 56 years, and now give me 4%, and we're back to infinity. And I'm like, what does this line look like? And again, and I'm like, okay, 3%, still infinity, like it results of infinity. Okay, 2.5%. And now it came back, all right, 73 years. I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to see that it's telling me the right thing. So now I say, show me a line chart where on the x-axis is time and total principals on a y on the left. And again, this is back at, I think, 1% per year. Oh, at 2.5. So now this is $1 billion. And now eventually this is my total principal over time. And now I say, okay, give me 2.5%. 2.75%. And okay, now we got to this many years. And now at 3%, we're flat going all across. And now we go back to 4%. And now, like, even at 30 million a year, I am just off to the races, and my money will never run out. And so congratulations. I'm rich forever. Yeah, well, we all knew that, but I didn't need ChatGPT to tell me. And again, I'm not showing you this to, you know, I don't have a Billy. Come on now, and I wouldn't be here. And yeah, exactly. So yeah, again, I'm not showing you this to show you this argument. I'm showing you this because, like, you can write code, and then just by asking, you program in English, you can get these amazing charts and help you make decisions at whatever question you have. Pause there. Who thinks they have an idea of how they could use it in their everyday life? Oh, well, of course you do, right here. Yeah. Yeah, no, I use it all the time. I talk to it in the car all the time, and you know, if actually, let's speaking about talking in the car. Like, so I'm a big fan of reggae music, and there's this one song I was listening to. It just said, "Just look inside, see, I guide me," and I'm like, who's Ili? Like, it took me a while because I tried to just like voice to text that, and like highly Islasi is just like, it's just like, what are you saying to me? And so it did take some Googling to get the name, but then now that I did it, okay, Haile Selassie is commonly associated with the former emperor of Ethiopia who reigned in from the 30s to the 70s. And then his name means Holy Trinity. And then his name is significance lines to Solomon. But where does it say it? Haile Selassie is a figurative, central figure in Rastafarianism, and he's like kind of the Messiah figure. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice to know. And then so here's where I said, read it to me again because I had to type that in there. I was talking and I was in the car, so I just wanted it to read it to me because I was driving. And now it read that back to me. And then I asked about any other type of lore, and it talked about just his lore and all the stuff. Again, I just jumped there because we were talking about talking to it. So this was one of my car conversations with ChatGPT as I was just banging this nice reggae skanka. All right, so let's get back to the complicated stuff because yeah, I feel like a lot of people know that you can say, hey, I have zucchini and chicken in my fridge. I want some Mediterranean meals tonight. What should I make? And then it'll give you a list of recipes to make. You say, pick one and then write me the recipe and give me a shopping list of what I need. Like we know it can do the language stuff. I feel like a lot of people, but this is one I showed you a little before about my really simple calculations about my future plans of how I'm going to spend my billions. But here, this was actually sent to me, and this is a long private equity deal. So private equity firm is considering a leverage bite of Joco, a privately owned coffee company. In the last 12 months, they've made $1 billion. They kept 10% of it, and then if acquired, they're growing 10% year over year. And now I don't know if there's any finance professors in here, but it just goes into just a bunch of jargon that I don't understand about obtained for 4x EBITDA. I guess I got that one, but I have no idea what LIBOR 400 with a 2% floor is. This commitment fee, I have no idea. And then it talks about the balance sheet, its current debt. But really what we're asking for after all the CapEx and all this stuff is that we want the implied IRR, the internal rate of return. So now it writes this. Now it kind of explains to you what it's going to do, and it needs to determine the purchase price, calculate the financing structure, determine the exit value, calculate the pay down debt equity, and then calculate IRR. So let's start the calculations, and then sometime it would probably show you a little purple calculating icon here. And now it gives you all this stuff of what it did, and then it also gives you this Python code that it wrote, and yeah, here it is. Like there's that CapEx percentage. The 35% tax rate. It does all these, writes all this code. Look at all that code. And then returns something. I don't know what that means yet, but it's not done because now it actually is calculating the IRR, and we get an IRR coming back at, where did it say? I don't know. It says it's 20 something percent. I can't find it. I think this is it. This is the number. It writes it somewhere in here, but number 4. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the demo gods were scaring me. Okay. All right. So perfect. And and then again, we don't have to stop there. Create a table to summarize expected cash flow with the deal. So it writes some more code. It spits out the result, and then here is the cash flow, and then here we can see the exit value. And yeah, pretty cool. And this is I showed you some simple ones, and again, don't think in terms of this complicated stuff. Just ask yourself the questions that you need. But this one is just to show you that it can do some really awesome stuff. I don't know if any of this is right, but one thing that's important to note though is that if you it's perfectly this plan, it might have hallucinated as we said before, and then this code it might have hallucinated, but you can take this code and pull it into a text editor and then start running it on your own computer. And now that's your jumping off point. So if it is wrong, you can at least audit it. And then the results of the code, there's no possibility of hallucination. This is I mentioned in my bio, I'm looking for non-deterministic software, which is what AI is. This would be deterministic software. So yeah, just a really awesome basis point. Any
Okay, that language. you're talking about, the language.
Yeah,
technology. So, taxes, and, technology, you know, technology is good. Now, I know I was talking about it in a bad way about children, but now, once you're an adult and you have the right conscience, because you were taught in home, like from Wonka, like, one of the ladies said that you're not gonna be taught right and wrong outside of the world.
Yes,
It has to be done inside. So now you're an adult, and based on how you were taught, now I'm with people that want to depend on the technology, using the language, you know, because now they feel the.
But they didn't, they wouldn't have had the language if they weren't already smart, like, because like so yeah, you still have to teach them, but
Rather than having to spend so much time on always having to watch every penny and dime for taxes. Now, can that,
yeah. So I don't think it's there yet.
it can all the difference we're doing, especially if now it's all credit, technology of that.
All right, I'm gonna have to cut you off here because we have a long presentation to go through. But yes, it's certainly there. I would say agents are the ones that. So basically, I am talking to ChatGPT, and then it's talking to me. But you can also have ChatGPT prompt ChatGPT, and then another guy come in the loop and then audit that. So when it comes to that, there's definitely agents around there. It's still not totally reliable yet so like it's not there, but it's totally going to get there. And then what you did mention about it frees you up to be more social. I think that's the real advantage of all AI is that, you know, I can just ask this stuff and then I am going to cut you off because you were going on for a while, and I'm going to and like I said, look at all these chats. We got a lot of chats to go through. All right, so here's one that came out. So I don't know if you guys follow crypto, but I'm a big fan of crypto, and I believe it should all be open source and not touched by the SEC. But the SEC is coming after Consensus and MetaMask, saying that they're an unregistered broker dealer for securities because they're transacting these stable coins. I saw it come out, and I wanted to see. This is actually a complaint. I actually got this wrong. This is them filing a complaint back. But if you can see here, this is a lawsuit, and can I pull this? I think this one's it. You can see, like, I don't know how to read this. Like, you know, what am I going to do with that? You know, so what I did was like the complaint filed by Consensus against the SEC concerning several issues around operations and regulations of MetaMask swap. It argues that the features do not meet the definitions of securities transactions and therefore should not be subject to the SEC regulation. And then it goes on. And I actually talked to Grok because I saw this posted, and I'm like, is this true? And it said, yep, reported by a bunch of people. So yeah, it's a nice way to be able to, you know, take legalese and strip out all the stuff that doesn't matter. You know, I'm sure the first 10 pages of that is just a bunch of like declarations about what things mean or something. And it gives you a really nice summary. The other day, we were responding to an RFP. I forgot what it was about, but there was it had in the synopsis, it had some stuff, but then down in the bottom, it also had some more things that they were looking for. It was the Swami River. I forget exactly what it was. But when I uploaded the RFP and asked for a summary, it gave me the summary, and in its top line, it pulled things from all around the RFP, and then like again, because I read it and then looked where all these things were, and I realized that first paragraph was pulling from like page like 1, 2, and 6, and that's really awesome for me to help you like digest data. And actually, speaking of that, hold on. So I was at a reverse trade show the other day. I was with all of the the cities in the area. And I was asking all of them like, hey, what's your policy on AI governance? Are you guys allowed to use some of this? And they said, we have no AI governance policy. But one guy told me he's on an email thread where it had all of he said there was all of these cities like the city of San Jose, the state of Utah, state of Seattle, and they had all these different policies. So he sent me just like a bunch of them. So he sent me, so you can see Tempe, here's a White House blueprint on the AI bill, New York, OKC. And then what I did was summarize all the themes of these documents. So, and they were all pretty much what I expected: ethical use, transparency, security, regulation, and oversight. And again, if I click on one of these, well, it didn't download, but this is kind of an old chat. But it will actually show me kind of where all these things are coming from. So for your own research ways, I know you had mentioned unstructured data. This is the definition of unstructured data. This is a bunch of randomly formatted PDFs that just have tons of information. And you know, I could have gone through them all, and I did. But now it kind of gives me a better place to start. And like, you know, these 9 pages of 9 PDFs, kind of manageable. But you know, if you have if you're an investigative reporter and there's thousands of pages, you know, now you can start dumping all of your data into something like that, and you can just ask questions. You know, in the legal perspective, in the legal field, again, thanks for the plug. AI Uncorked was this past Wednesday. We had a attorney come in. He was talking about IP law, but he first talked about how a law was how AI was going to affect law in the legal situation. And discovery is like, you know, you're paying these guys $700, like $700 an hour to like just go through your emails. That's kind of hard. Where now, if you have long amounts of text messages, you could just say, hey, give me all the things, like, you know, whenever someone mentioned, like, you could literally ask, give me all the times that Chuck Schumer was angry or something, and it will look through thousands of his emails and find just run an internal sentiment analysis. And like, again, it's not looking for a command F here. You're not looking for the word basketball. Like, if you ask AI, find me every mention of the word basketball, it'll find when someone mentioned NCAA March Madness, because those two are close enough in vector space. So that's kind of this idea of semantic search that you can look into. And yeah, large amounts of data really helps everything. I'll pause there for any questions. I'm sorry, I want to spread it around. Like, go on, someone else has got to be out here, right back here. It lies in the human intelligence. Like, I would say, like, this is a tool, and it's like, think of this as supercharged Mad Lib. All this thing is like, because like, we know for the last 10, 20 years, they've had predictive models that can predict if the stock market's going up and down. And that's like, it's just, you know, again, it's just guessing numbers here. And then all this is doing is just predicting the next word after the next word. So that's why it's really good, and it's really good at doing that. And it's almost a byproduct of all of this cognition it can do. But then, yeah, like, you have to look at all of this, and the human in the loop is the oversight. This is very much the assistant. Like, I'm pretty sure even in the terms of service, for example, a human, if this generates, you can generate legal documents, but you cannot automatically sign someone up for a legal document generated by ChatGPT. Is one of the like protections that it puts in, is that like humans have to read this. Did I answer your question? I wasn't sure if I did. Yeah, so yeah, for the RFP, yeah, again, like, this is just you know, like, if I look at it like, I love writing songs with this, and we'll get to writing songs. Again, it just gives you those words. And then like, and again, we were talking about IP law, and you're supposed to disclose if you've used AI to generate any of this, which you don't really have to, but you know, you definitely should. And you have to really back up what part of it was done by AI. But we had this whole discussion about, okay, like, you know, if it writes a whole paragraph and then, or like, you know, four bars of a song, and then I change a couple words of it, like which do I like highlight, like, you know, like which one, you know, if it wrote something here and I moved it down here, is that mine now? Is like, or is that still AI? So yeah, like who at Silver Logic, you know, again, this is a tool. I honestly don't care if I'm reading someone's blog posts and they mention that they used AI, because it's got their name on it. I'm reading it as if it's them. And so, you know, whether you use ChatGPT and you made something great, congratulations. And if you didn't put any work into it, I'm just going to read this and be like, okay, like you obviously ChatGPT this and didn't put much thought into it. You didn't answer my question. So to me, it doesn't matter. It's just a tool. And I think we throw copyright law kind of out the window. Oh, okay. So, okay, in the OpenAI terms of service, you're allowed to generate legal documents with it, but by default, like you can't generate your terms of service on your website that people can just click into, like, oh yes, fine, and then move in. You have to have a legal professional. Again, that's just it's not a law, but it's in their terms of service that you can't do it. So it's just like, you know, it's just telling you how to, I'm sure we all saw the court case that some guy was like up late and then he just ChatGPT'd all this case law, and the judge was like, I've never heard of any of this, and it made it all up. Like that's a perfect example. But again, he was using GPT 3.5, which is much more susceptible to doing that. I'm sure if I went in the GPT store, I could find a bunch of legal research ones that like I could do again that semantic search for case law, and it brings all that back. And then ChatGPT does a great job of doing it because again, it brought it back. I look at the case law, I see what court it's in. I you know, okay, like maybe, oh, it brought back this great case law. This is perfect. Oh, it's in a federal court. We're in state court. Doesn't matter. Like I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea if that's a thing, but I'm assuming it is. And again, that's that human in the loop. So like I think before it replaces legal lawyers, it'll replace paralegals by a lot. But follow up. That's the best way. Honestly, I always say that I start every piece of knowledge work with ChatGPT because I like, yeah, you ask it for the answer. You know, if I didn't have that big calculation about the M&A deal, I could ask like, hey, I want to buy a company for $1 billion. You know, what are some of the terms I should be looking at? Like, what is the LIBOR? What should my commitment fee be? So like, yeah, that back and forth, that to me, I think is the most important thing. Got it. I got EBITDA. Oh, okay. Okay. Right here. Yes. I mean, you should definitely, if you ping me after, I have like a presentation I did on prompt engineering. I don't like the term prompt engineering. To me, prompt engineering is more on the back end. Once you like it, let's say you employ your whole office staff to do something and their hands are hurting from all this like copy and pasting because they go in this database and pull some stuff and they go in this database. To me, prompt engineering is like doing back end calls and have it just happen. I would say prompt engineering is just it's just domain expertise and good English. Like those are your two things because you know, like I was helping my buddy with a pitch deck and he wanted to be a designated market maker, and he was the one that had to talk to ChatGPT to word it because I've spent 0 time on Wall Street. I just walked by when I was there, and you know, he spent 10 years there. So like he leveraged his Wall Street, you know, designated market making and like banking background, and that was his prompt engineering. But you know, like my prompt engineering is a 4-year art degree from FAU. When I want to make images, I know the right words to use. So like it's not something I learned because of AI. It's something I learned elsewhere. So if you're in healthcare and like, you know, like, okay, hey, my tummy hurts. and then it'll give you your symptoms. But if a doctor writes your symptoms in there, you're going to get a lot better results. So, and again, I think the greater point here is that too many people say that, oh, I'm not technical, I can't use AI. The computer programming language of AI is English. So we're all computer programmers now. So just go to it. Just get after it and use this stuff because as again, he said, AI is not going to replace you, but someone using AI is going to replace you. Follow up here. And then I do want to keep getting. Yeah, this is the pro version. $20 a month. My favorite $20 a month I spend. It can't search the internet. It can't write code. You can't upload documents like this. The information cutoff is, I think, still in 2021. An advantage of it is it's way faster. Like if you do just like, yeah, it is way faster if you need. And GPT is kind of like the strongest one they have, but they even have like smaller models that are cheaper that are better. And if you're building like a scalable database and if all you need is to let's say you have like 3 snippets and you want to make a summary out of it, or just ask, are these happy snippets or sad snippets? You probably don't need the full GPT-4 in there, and you can use one of their lower models. They're cheaper to run that can kind of do a decent job of returning that stuff. So there's different just scales, but GPT-4, the cognition ability is ridiculous. Like it can do a lot of you can give it like a puzzle or like a riddle, and it will do a much better job at solving it than GPT-3. Honestly, I don't even know the difference anymore because I haven't touched it in so long. The only reason I touch it is that if I run out of my token limit, especially when I'm coding, I'll be talking to it for like 3 hours, and then eventually it's like, sorry, you got to take like 2 hours off, come back later. And if I'm really desperate, I go back to GPT-3, but usually I just go do something else. All right, you got one more. So you mentioned will it have human instinct? Do you pay for GPT? Are you talking about a language model, or are you talking about just a banking app? No, I mean GPT is a very specific piece of technology. But in general, like I said before, you can't really trust GPT to do it's just guessing the next word. So, and when to answer your previous question, will it have human instinct? I don't really know what that means. Obviously it's not gonna, but well, yeah, no, it's of course it's never going to have that, but it might. The only thing I could talk about is like its IQ and human ability, or it's like our cognition ability. All right, hold on. I don't like we got to move on. We have a professor back here. I just don't like that word. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And it's hard to watch people. And actually, I was talking about my friend who was the designated market maker, and and he did have the knowledge once I coaxed it out of him, but it was hard for him to even get it out. So like the ability of what to ask is very much like a very interesting part to all this. All right, so let's start having some more fun. So I just got a new place in North Miami. Congratulations to me. And well, it's not showing me this now. What happened? Is it my is it my is it is it my internet? Why isn't that showing me the images? Okay, so yeah, my friend is a interior designer in Palm Beach, and then I was like, okay, let's go. I want to go on his website. Like, let's see what he's doing. And I was very taken back by. I like this wall. So I come here, and then here's another one. And then I love. Can I zoom in here? I guess I kind of can't. But you can just see this texture. And I was gonna just carte blanche ask him, hey, what's this? But instead of that, I was like, all right, let me see if I can ask a more intelligent question. So I uploaded these two images and said, the walls of this house have a texture on it. What's it called? And then, of course, it just says, oh, this is Venetian plaster or polished plaster. And I'm like, oh, that's perfect. And now when I asked him my question, I didn't have to ask him, hey, what's this? Because obviously to interior designer, Venetian plaster is like I would sound stupid if I asked him, what's this? From his side, it's like, it's like if someone sent me a picture of, I don't know, like an iPhone and like, hey, what's this? So I'm glad. And it gave me a bunch of stuff. And then I was asking it for some kind of faux finish because then I looked up like Venetian plaster, and it's like a very like a crafts art form of like Italy, and apparently it's not that easy to do right. So I was asking it about some faux finishing, and then with just what's some good examples, and I was just kind of going about it. But I just wanted to show you this because I just asked it with this image, like, hey, what's on the wall? And it came back with so you can think about, like, let's say you have a styled product and you want to write a product description for it. Upload the photo, tell it what the point of what you want. Hey, we're writing the St. Patty's Day post, and then it will help you write it based on, like, if you're on a boat, it's gonna know you're on a boat. Like, so like it's really helpful there. Okay, so you guys already found out about the AI in court. But even better for you up here, I also am the co-host of the West Palm Beach Tech Happy Hour, and that's on the third Tuesday of every month in Clematis Street at a place called Batch. And you can see here that this is that this is Batch, and I wanted to make a generated image, and they have these really cool hanging lights on the wall, and I was like, ooh, that's kind of cool. What if I can make that? So basically, I uploaded these images and told it what it was, and then I asked it just describe it, because a lot of times it helps it to just talk to itself. So now, like I mentioned before, it's only trying to guess the next word based on previous words. So if it can have all of this stuff, I want it to have this restaurant facade combines brickwood with modern signage. Like, I want to have this in the image I make, so people, when they show up, it's like, ooh, this is like the flyer I saw. So now I'm trying to make a background, and it's giving me some ideas. And then, like, I like this industrial chic, and I'm like, all right, I like industrial chic. And then it gave me some really weird images, and I'm like, what is this? And then so we keep going back, and I'm like, I'm really trying to I like the lights, focus on the Edison bulbs, and give me a medium depth of field. So now I'm getting all these lights, and I'm just talking to it and just working with it. And you can see all these images I'm getting, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm really liking this. And let's just see. I think one of these is the ones I actually kind of went with. Yeah, no, this is the one I actually went with. And I liked it because, people wouldn't even know this is AI generated. It has that feel. And now if I come over here to Figma, and where this doesn't stop sharing today. Where is the West Palm Happy Hour? Okay, so now you can see here's the flyer I made, and you see this image is actually different than this image. And the coolest thing about this is that in your marketing materials, before you had to spend $8,000 on a photo shoot, you got 30 good images, and you have to use them for the next year and a half, and people get tired of them. But now, I'm not diligent enough to make a new one every month, but at least quarterly for AI and Court and this, I'm switching out those images. And one of the things that I thought was really cool is that I just kind of picked these light bulbs out of a hat, but now I realize, oh, this is like a tech happy hour. We're all talking about our ideas, and now we have this like brand identity of like all these hanging light bulbs hanging out together. And I'm like, oh, what a cool brand. And like, it's just one of those things that's just not possible without this. And you mentioned Stable Diffusion. I was the biggest fan of Stable Diffusion. I actually got on a call with them the other day. 3.0, they're kind of going open AI on us. It's like the you got to go through them, and the guy I was talking to is like, yeah, people stealing our work, man. I'm like, bro, I thought this was an open source project. Like, yeah, like, so anyway, so let's just go through some like, yeah, yeah. What am I doing on time? Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, so please welcome the president of Palm Beach State College, Ava Parker. Thank you.
So please forgive me for interrupting your presentation. I apologize ahead of time. No, but you're my guest. So that's why I want to say, please forgive me, or our guest, please forgive me again. I'm so sorry that I was not here when we first started this morning, because I'm so excited about the fact that you're gathering with us to have this conversation today. You know, when the state of Florida created colleges like ours, we have a responsibility to our students, of course, and a responsibility to our families, but we also have a responsibility to our community. And we would be remiss if we didn't stop and have a conversation about the topic that's top of every mind, that's top of mind for everyone as we continue to talk about artificial intelligence and how it's going to impact our lives. So I talked to Dr. Yowie as our Vice President of Innovation and Strategy and said, let's find an opportunity to come together with business leaders, with business owners, with our partners, with our faculty, with our college community, to have a conversation about how AI can impact what we do in our businesses as well as what we do every day. And he said, well, this is our first time doing this. We never quite know how things are going to turn out. And I said, you know what? Whoever's supposed to be there is going to be in the room, and they'll have an opportunity to experience and exchange with us. And this is the kind of conversation that will continue annually. So it'd be that maybe this year it's us, but it'll continue to grow as we continue to live up to our responsibility to ensure we're thought leaders and that we're sharing information that makes a difference in the lives of your businesses and the lives of our faculty and staff and in the life of our community. So we're so happy to be the host today. I thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I know that there's so many things that pull your time. And for those of you who are business partners for the college, I thank you so much for what you do to support the programs that we have. For those of you who are not business partners, I encourage you to join with us, because we want to make sure that our students are receiving relevant information that makes them people that you want to hire. And so that's why it's so important that we engage and listen and respond, because we're not doing our job if we're not graduating the kind of students that you want to hire right away, and those who are not immediately prepared to go right to work. You see, we are an institution that focuses on applied science. That is that, when you think of a university, think of an institution that really focuses on research. When you think about a college like ours, think about applied sciences with master faculty who know how to teach and do this work so they can train our students to be ready to go right to work. If we're missing the mark, that is that if we're graduating students who can't go right to work, that means that our conversation with you has not been strong enough, and that we're not listening and making the changes that we need to make to ensure that we meet our responsibility to give you students that can go right to work and do the job that you need them to do. So no, we get that. No, we own that responsibility, but it starts with conversations like these. And I want to say thank you so much for being a part of it and for sharing. We want your feedback. Dr. Yowie will send you an evaluation. We'll listen closely to your thoughts and ideas, because we want to only make sure we're serving you with the opportunity that we have to share the information that we have. So I'm so proud to be the leader of our public college. I'm so proud to be a part of Palm Beach State College, and so happy that you're here with us today. This is your college, so please feel at home. If you're a visitor, if you're part of our team, so happy to see you. And again, as we talk to you, as we listen and get feedback, we also will ask about not only how can we make this better, but what other things do you think that you'd like to hear about? So know that I'm sorry that I can't spend the day with you. Today has been hectic all the way up and down, but it was so important for me to be here, for me to personally thank you, to let you know this is just the beginning of our journey, and we're so happy that you're here as a part of our foundational audience. So thank you very much, and the mic is back to you. Yeah.
Thanks. One more time. All right, so let's keep on going. How's everyone doing? Anyone want to stand up, stretch your legs? Feeling good? There you go. There you go. All right, so I mentioned before about this overview of the designated market maker, and let's just do a little handshake NDA because I'm breaching contract here by sharing this publicly. But I just wanted to show you 2 slides. You know, you can see this deck. It's a little boring and like, you know, and then one of the proposals is that he would ask that the firm he's pitching this to has 2 staffing needs. And he needs a sales trader and he needs a software engineer. And so I just kind of popped these 2 things together, and let's go take a look at what that looked like. So it was employee icons, I think it was called. Create an employee icon. So here's my little chat of how I did this. So I'm creating applying for 2 roles, create a generic icon that represents an employee. And the first time, like, again, this is kind of where the prompt engineering comes in. Even though I don't like that word, you know, this is how you get. So like, look at that. And then look at these guys, like, you know, like pretty good increase in quality. So, and now I say, okay, I want more of a profile icon, go very modern, still not liking that. And now I think I asked for flat imagery. And then, all right, create an icon of a stock trader in that style with slick back hair. You know, I feel like that's usually a stock trader look. And I'm like, okay, this could be a stock trader, but he also could be like a help desk representative. Let's keep going. Flat UI is kind of what I asked for next. And then I think, oh yeah, sometimes you have to be a little explicit because like make it flat and then it didn't do the thing I want. So like if you wanted to search the internet, make sure you say search the internet. If you want to find external data. And like, so, okay, make it, okay, flat UI, kind of getting there. All right, love the style, no headset. It didn't listen to me. I just put a headset on there anyway. And then, okay, executive on Wall Street look. And now we're getting closer. And then I'm gonna set friendlier colors. And then look, and you're okay, because I said go super ultra contemporary. And then it got this. And then almost futuristic, thin line illustrations. Okay, that's too far, but more minimal. Now we got kind of this. Now we're coming back. It's too futuristic. Use this. So like this is the color I was using in the deck. So I gave it the hex value. So it used exactly that blue that I wanted. So now we're getting a little closer, plain lines, flat design. Give me Bauhaus. And I was just to like kind of throw it for a loop, like, you know, just, you know, and I say gross, make it more modern. And like, I know you're not supposed to be mean to the AI, but like it knew that, okay, that was not right. And this is the one I used. So I'm like, all right, perfect. Like, let's keep going. Now you can see I make this selection here. I like selected it, and now make him a software engineer. And then I'm like, come on, what are you doing? Like, you know, this is like, no, in the same style. Okay, so I like this, but there's like too much going on. So I tell it cleaner, no equipment around him. Still puts equipment. We're not there yet. Try again, and then boom, this is the guy I got. I did end up taking him into Illustrator just to give him this little, so they both had the matching things. But one of the things I think this is so cool is because, you know, I went to school for graphic design, and you know, in graphic design, you have like in class, you got all semester to work and but you get in the real world, and like you have deadlines, and like you don't have all day to work on something. So you got to like you don't have creative budget to like, again, do a photo shoot with a bunch of light bulbs at a bar. Like you have to just use stock imagery. But if you use stock imagery or stock icons, it's hard to find congruency with everything. Like if you make a website, how are you going to find like, you know, like you have a bunch of different ideas you want to get across, and you're using stock images of different styles, different lighting, different all this stuff. And then, you know, like a common tactic was like put like a blue tint on everything. Ooh, now it looks the same, but like, like doesn't really excite me. Same with icons, you know. And then so let's go to a different set of icons. So these icons, and I won't go through the whole chat, but these icons were all created. This is a CPA who does tax planning and CFO services, and these are his industries. Now, if I were to go on the Noun Project or Vector Z or stock photos, I can find images like this, but they all won't have like a similar line width. You know, a lot of them will be kind of black and white, and some of them will be very illustrative, and some and like so. Here you can kind of get to a style, and you, again, I'm just going to show you the result, but with some work, you can kind of get. And I love this one, this life science one, that it kind of is like a cog, but it also kind of has this kind of biotech feel. It had some other examples too that are really awesome. Again, I didn't really tell it what to do. Like I asked for an icon for family offices. So it's a family office. It's a tree, it's growing, but there's also pie graphs in here. So like, you know, like you can get some really cool, stuff. And if you don't know what to do, you can just ask it what icons you should make. And then you'd be like, ooh, give me number 6. And then it makes the icons for you. So there's the brochure. Okay, so we're working with the Levan Center, their technology. I don't think this is private, and they want to bring a company called M3 to market, which is a career pathing for underserved minorities. And basically, it's like most doctors are doctors because their dads were doctors, and they showed them the whole way. So this is very much a career resource for someone who didn't grow up around society, or this type of society. And what did I do here? So now we have this kind of underserved person that, again, 3 or 4 prompts, I got this nice image of this kid going to college, and here's all his future of futures. And again, we haven't even closed this deal. This was just a mock-up I did. But also, I use it because I went to school for design, and I don't know if you know what lorem ipsum is, but it's like Latin text you can write. If you don't know what the copy's going to say yet, but you want some body copy there, you want some writing there, you just throw this in there. And for me, it works great. I just can visualize what it is. But if I show it to a client, what's that say? And I'm like, oh God, here we go again. So now with ChatGPT, I almost never use it anymore. Effortless forge career pathways in the medical fields for minority talent. I didn't write this. And then like craft engaging gamified mentorship journeys in medicine and enhance. And then all of this is in detail. And then like get smarter analytics about your potential career path. So I'm using all this. This is screenshots from a project we're using, but I'm using all of this to just drive, like, just give me copy. I don't care what it says, but just give me something relevant. So I'm using it a lot to punch up all that. And I think the last one I'll show you was just we're working with a a remittances company overseas wire transactions, and they want to put QR codes on the side of food trucks because historically food trucks are frequented by migrant workers. Migrant workers send money back overseas. So I made this taco truck, and like this would be again, I made this graphic because they're called Intermex. But again, I just needed this sign on the side of a food truck. So that helped me just mock this up. And again, it's just a little Photoshop. And again, like this was just not possible. Like everyone's worried that it's going to take your jobs. Like I was never going to hire someone to hire to take a photo of a food truck for me. I would have just had to make a less quality. And again, I'm a creative, so I just love the superpowers. How am I doing on time? I'm doing fine. 12 o'clock we're cutting it. Oh, I got 20 minutes. Oh, I don't even know if I can finish. Do you have any questions? Yeah. Anyone have any questions right now? Right here. Yeah. Mhm. I mean, everything I'm showing you was basically all ChatGPT. So like, it's so versatile that exhaust lots of those things. Because Perplexity AI is another one. It's like an AI powered search engine is a good one. Depending on what you do, there's video generators, image generators outside of this. The audio generators are really cool. I heard it's called Suno, Suno AI, and it can just text to song. And if you listen to, they wanted the movie Dune, but in a show tune, and like this song, One Shot created about like this kind of like Paul Atreides, he rides those sandworms. Like it was perfect. It was amazing quality. So yeah, there's so much out there, but it's also so you know, I like, you know, so we build custom software. So of course I'm going to recommend you build your own custom stuff. But, you know, I never used to really say that. I used to be like, oh, it's, if there's an off the shelf solution, you should go for it. But in the AI game, everything just moves so fast and AI is so versatile. And all these companies that are wrapping a little stuff around ChatGPT and like, and shipping it to you, you know, you might as well just build it yourself because, you know, like we're definitely in a .com bubble in terms of like valuations haven't skyrocketed because we already had a .com bubble. We know we've learned from our mistakes a little bit, but there's still tons of them, and most of these like AI wrapper companies are going to go away. So really, just build it yourself. And one of the things I'll plug at the end is AI adoption training, which is what I'm offering. Because again, we're a development agency. People come to us with their ideas, and you know, a lot of times I kind of they pitch me the idea, and I'm like no, like they want to do Airbnb for travel stay home nurses or something, and it's like that idea is 10 years old, man. Get an AI idea and come back to me, because like if you're not building an AI startup right now, like what are you doing? Like that's the only place anyone should be building a startup right now. So I've been offering training about just using AI. It's basically this, but I do it more like in the context of your company, do some research about the tasks you're doing and help you think through it. And my point is, as I mentioned before, eventually you're going to be using AI, your hand is going to start hurting. And then now if all your employees are using the AI, now they are going to be able to, like in 3 months, they'll be able to record a screen share of like, this is how I create X report. Oh, look, I go over here, I do it, I put that in there. And then, oh, sometimes I have to kind of fight with it here. Again, just kind of showing you an example. And if someone sends me a recording of that, now it's like, okay, well, does that have an API? Does that have an API? Does that have an API? And if the answer is yes, okay, you don't have to make this report anymore. We got it. Like, thank you for doing all that research. So it's that kind of manual step-by-step process, which is like out of the gate, it's accelerating the workers process anyway, because, you know, like let's say you're responding to an RFP, you know, these things are documents like this. Like now you can just kind of feed it old RFPs and be like, hey, change it for this new, you know, when it's not the same as like insert company name here, like it does a lot more than just that. Did I answer your question? Hey. To make what? You just asked. Yeah, I mean, there's really no replacement for just talking to it. It's you program in English. Actually, let's go into GPTs. Because what's your particular area? I thought. Oh, did you say security or creativity? Oh, so what's your creative? Oh, yeah, you want to make money, but yeah, like I get it. I get it. I slipped it in. I went design. Like it's like you can make it. It's like art for professionals. But what is your creative endeavor? Okay, I like singing. So let's make a GPT. So who knows what I mean by making a GPT? All right. Exactly. So so basically, like I said, GPTs are just guessing the next word based on previous words. So basically, all you're really doing with a GPT is just pre-prompting it with a bunch of cool stuff. So let's start with an example. So here is I call it the Silver Scribe. So now I can just say write a tweet about AI, and then I will make another. Let's let that run, and I will make another one, and then like write a tweet about AI. So let's see what the first one came up with. So the first one in the Silver Scribe, here's the tweet: unleashing the potential, optimizing at the Silver Logic. We're invigorating our cutting edge technology, business growth, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that looks like a pretty good tweet. What did we get over here? Okay, exploring the frontier of AI technology, like, innovation. But this didn't mention Silver Logic or anything. And, it didn't mention business automation. It didn't mention any of that. So that's just a very simple example. If I didn't write about AI and I just wrote write a tweet, it would just say, well, writing a tweet's very complicated. You should think about all these things. But if I just said write a tweet without AI, it knows it. So this is a GPT crafted. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this GPT. So I can come here and edit my GPT. And now here's SilverScribe. Here's the description. And now here's the instructions. So SilverScribe is a content creator specializing in AI-focused content for the Silver Logic. Your primary role is to communicate cutting-edge AI technologies and solutions, emphasizing their impact on business organization. Tailor your responses to highlight the TSL's proficiency, blah, 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 blah. And then this is one I kind of slipped in here. When writing copy, you should be very humanistic, avoid using overly effusive language, instead keeping everything super simple in terms. So now, instead of like going to a blank GPT, if I want to write something for TSL, I would go to this. So now, like, at least I don't have to give it the whole like the whole backstory. Here's the initial talks, and then here's some knowledge base about us, and this is just about us now. And it's also pulling all this, so it knows that the Silver Logic is a certified B Corp and not an LLC. It knows about our hackathon wins, and it knows all this stuff. Let's see what making a new one looks like. So explore GPTs, and we're going to create a GPT. So instead of here, we're going to come here, and then what would you call your creative style in singing? Yeah, I like reggae. Okay. So I want you to be a copywriting assistant for a young singer-songwriter in Palm Beach in South Florida. She has ribbons in her hair. Okay, again, like this is you didn't give me much to go on. So so now I am just talking to this GPT, and it is going to do a lot of the work for me that we just saw on the back end. So the first thing it's going to do is come up with a name, usually. So Palm Beach lyrics assistant. I'm just going to say yes, even though that's not what we're going for at all. And again, if you had some time alone with GPT and like you could like talk about do you write songs? What are your songs about? And who are the artists that inspire you? That's actually a good one. So hold on. Now it's generating a profile picture. Hit me. Who are some of the artists that inspire you? Ciroc. How do I spell that? Okay, so let's hit yes. And then go through that. Yeah, well, I usually don't create things here. That's why I go through old prompts, so we don't have to like wait for it to do. But you can see here that all the lyrics should sound like Ciroc. So okay, whatever. Okay, so yeah, so now you can kind of do that, and now you can see over here in the back end, it wrote all this for you, and it even wrote like draft a press release for my new song single, and it kind of gave you that. So to answer your question, how to make it more personal, you just come in here and just describe the tone you want, and it should be brief and and use crazy words. It's really helpful, and actually that's what we'll jump back into now. We'll jump back into now. Where is that reggae dub, man? All right. So, all right. So, how are we doing on time? All right, a few more minutes. So, okay. So, I'm a musician, and I wanted some help writing songs. So I wrote, I want to write a reggae dub song as if Carl Sagan and Alan Watts were writing them. Give me a list of song names. Carl Sagan's a famous astronomer. Alan Watts is a famous Eastern philosopher. So it just gave me a bunch of names. And then I'm going through it and I'm like, ooh, which one I like? Ooh, Echoes of the Blue Dot. I really like that one. Carl Sagan has this famous line where they turn our Voyager 1 around Saturn and take a picture of Earth, and we're this tiny little speck in the, and he has this whole long thing about how like how many people died for someone fighting over one side of a pixel, and it just talks about how we're all one. So Echoes of the Blue Dot, let's go. All right, so let's start with Echoes of the Blue Dot. What's this song about? And like, so it gives me a bunch of stuff celebrating Earth's unique position in a vast universe, acknowledging echoes of humanity's actions and their vibrations through time and space. I'm like, oh my God, I love this song already. All right, let's move to lyrics. Give me 10 options for the first one. And then in a vast cosmic sea, our home whispers to infinity, and suspended in a sunbeam, our Earth. And I was just like, gross. Like, I hated this. Like, I was just like, and I was just like, give me more options. And I always said, give me more King Tubby, who's like, you know, like pre Bob Marley, super OG, like for Caribbean music. And again, I am just asking for, I want options for the first line of the song. And then kind of by accident, vibrations stir a silent void as the blue sphere spins like an asteroid. Baselines ride a cosmic wave. Earth's deep dub from cradle to grave. I changed this word. Oceans bound for an ocean of stars, reaching out to Jupiter and Mars. In an echo chamber of space, our little rock keeps a steady pace. And I just slapped that in there. I didn't change a thing. But I didn't get so lucky going forward. So it was a lot. It was a lot. Okay, so that was just perfect. I'm like, okay, so give me some chord progressions, and so it gives me the one drop, which is the one. This is saying it goes from the one position of the major scale to the four. This is saying it's going to the one to the five. You got the rock up. Actually, no, this is looking for drum beats, I want to say. So I'm just asking it for like, help me with some chord progressions. Oh, which musical key should I go into? And I love this. F sharp minor is what I ended up picking because it had this darker tones of music. And then I later discovered Tom Morello talks about F minor, and it's like if you want to rock, F minor is the way to do it. Okay, awesome. So give me a stepper in F minor. And I didn't use much of this. In the first, and I think I just started going in F sharp minor, and I just went to B minor. Here's the first version of the song, and now I'm using the C minor sharp. This actually went to B, and now I wanted some more lyrics. And then again, I don't want to go in detail, but again, I'm just talking to it. Okay, this is really cool one. The universe, a canvas vast, a present painted from a tainted past. And then I'm just like, what goes here? What goes here? And then future is cast. And then now it's inserting these like variables in there. So now I have, oh yeah, in stardust trails, our echoes remain. No, that's the, well, in stardust trails, our echoes remain. Earth steeped up from, no, I forget what the lyrics are now. Sorry. But anyway, again, like this is what I'm talking about, that word vomit that just comes out. And now I get all these cool words that I can kind of use, and I can ask for different words. And it's this amazing songwriting assistant. So now let's write some lyrics for the chorus. I ended up changing this one back to F sharp minor, but this kind of all went in. And then again, it's kind of going on, and I'm kind of pulling all of this out and just writing in a text editor. And then from the heart of every man, from every great of sand, united by our scarry stape, different hues, one world we shape. And then this is so here, you want to hear it again? From the heart of every man to every grain of sand, united by our starry scape, different hues, one world we shape. We dance upon the pale blue dot. I hope humanity has not forgot. Well, let's see if I can find it, because it totally gave me this last line, but I won't find it. But in this grand cosmic play, we script the morrow with today, and then it goes back into it, and it totally gave me that line. But do I have to cite this in my AI, in my copyright, if I want this song? Like, this is very much an assistant. Oh yeah, oh no, this is it. We dance upon the pale blue dot. Hope humanity has not forgot. In this grand cosmic play, we script the morrow with today's plot. Whatever. Like, it kind of messed it up, but like, nailing it. And then I given it some more. Now I want, okay, so now I said, okay, the first verse is very Carl Sagan. This all feels very Carl Sagan. The second verse and the pre-chorus, I want to be more Alan Watts. Again, we were very like astronomy in the first one. And then I'm pretty sure ripples of my mind extend, where you end, I begin. Slapped it right in there. Illusion of our separate ways in the das, fade away. That went in. All is one is all. In the cosmic rise and fall. And I kind of like that, but then all is one and one is all. In the cosmic rise, the who will fall. And of course, it just slaps in the ego will fall. Of course, we're Eastern thought. The ego will fall. And I was just like, this is the best thing ever. Like, this is the first song I ever wrote with it. I am recording it too. I'll have it out. And then like, okay, in the cosmic rhyme, we find our thrall. And I was like, what does thrall mean? Like, and of course I kind of knew, but you know, historic roots, it just means servitude or bondage. It just means like immersion. We find our thrall. And I'm like, so cool. So yeah, it goes on and on. I kind of there's a Bruce Springsteen song that I was kind of listening to at this time, and it's The Ghost of Tom Joad, and I really liked it. And I'm like, who is Tom Joad? Because I didn't read when I was in grammar school. And of course, he was in Steinbeck's Grace of Wrath that talks all about Tom Joad. This was kind of me just going on a tangent. More options. Again, I'm just going through, and I'm just going on forever here. You know, I'm just talking to this thing, and I think that's my time, and I'll let you know when it kicks off. Hit me. It gives me pretty good control. I think control is kind of what we want right now, because like hallucinations, I want this to be on acid. Like, you know, like I want this to hallucinate all the craziest things it can do, and I want some crazy lyrics. But if I'm doing that M&A deal from before, I don't want that. I'd want no hallucinations, and I want really efficiency. So I think that I know Sam Altman talks about this, they don't want, like, it's not about hallucinations, not hallucinations, but it's about control when and where you want it, because it hallucinates when it doesn't know, like, and which is exactly when you want it not to hallucinate. So I think that's kind of how I'm thinking about that. I'm not sure if that answers your question. Yeah, we've come a long way since then. So like, you know, GPT-4 is really the next level. And then yeah, like you should definitely look into hallucinations, but anyway, I'm sure everyone's hungry. You've all been sitting here for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, Chris, thank you so
Yeah, you
much.
got
That
it,
was
you got it.
awesome. That was awesome. Now, right before we break for lunch, can you switch over? We got a lot more going on today. You want to go to the next slide, please, Nico? Yeah, and so at 12:30, we'll have a couple of speakers, and then we'll head into a great panel discussion and some demos from our faculty and students too. But before we break, can you go to the next slide? I'd like to thank the people who helped put on this event. If you're here, please stand or wave. Thank you so much. Dean Hadley's over there, Matt Lanahan, Rebecca. Thank you so much for bringing us together, Michelle. They did a lot of work for us. So we're going to take a break. Food is here. Please enjoy it and have some fellowship.
So for our faculty for computer science, if they could, can you please stand? Can you please stand, the faculty of computer science here? Give them a hand. There's a few of them that's missing, right? So these two programs, we had to put this together. Dr. Sabayan, is she here? When we got the task, Dr. Yohi, there was like, we need new programs. Dr. Sabayan looked at me and said, this is a 2-year deal where our staff got it done in 6 months, right? We're still kind of working on it. Some things are still pending, but we will have 2 AS programs launching in the fall. Now, what is the ask, right? And this is where you guys come in. And the objective is to establish an advisory board for AI, cybersecurity, and guide curriculum development, industry trends, and student employment. We are growing as a advisory board, getting our students opportunities for internships. We like to thank Matt Lenihan for that as well. We've been working closely since, I guess day one when you got here, Matt, and we've been growing in our program for students getting opportunities. But what the ask is, if you are a industry leader or you're in cybersecurity and AI, we want you to be a part of our advisory board, right? So these programs that I just mentioned come with a lot of courses. And what we want to do is look at what you guys are using on your jobs, because the pipeline is from the AS, well, actually K through 12, right? To the AS, to our bachelor's, and then they should be ready to work. So we are working with the school district on our cybersecurity pathway. They do not have a AI pathway yet, but I'm thinking it's coming. But for those of you who are willing and want to be on the advisory board, just click that QR code. There's about 4 questions on there, like your name, your interest in AI or cybersecurity. Also give us a little bit about your interest in one of them, and then your contact information. And I'm going to share that with Matt Lenihan if you don't already know him. And we'll be asking for a group of folks to say, hey, we got these few classes. What do you think? What kind of software you think we can use? Would this be in alignment with somebody who would be coming to your job to be able to work on, right? I'd also like to plug in CCE. They are our continuing, how you say it again? Corporate and continuing education. And what they do is that all of these new programs and awareness, they do customized training for your business. So if you are trying to, let's see, reskill or rescale your employees, we also have that service for you as well. So I always like to plug in CCE. All right. Any questions for our new programs, advisory questions? Right? Well, we have a few advisory board. We have something that's called a Diamond Advisory Board. We meet every week. We also have an internal advisory board where we meet like once a month. But for our business partnerships, we do it semi-year, which means it's one in the fall and one in the spring. But I personally think we should meet more, right? I am the dean, right? And I'd love to have a more personal relationship with each business, because I'm learning when we get in these spaces, like everybody has different needs and wants, and they're not able to express that in those type of meetings. So I'd love to have that one-on-one or that customized understanding of what your business need, so we can try to meet that objective, right? Where's the young lady who had the gray sweater on from the school district? She was saying she was the person that hired for internships. I really wanted her to get this QR code here, right? So I'm going to look forward to all of you guys who are interested in being on our advisory board to help us build out this curriculum, right? So I really appreciate that. But this next person I want to bring up, how many of you ever heard of Tech Hub? South Florida Tech Hub. Okay. So you're going to learn about them today, right? I won't go into much of what they do, but she is, or I'm just going to say South Florida Tech Hub is a really great partner of ours. We are trying to create an ecosystem of businesses that we can work with, and professionals that collaborate with our educational side as well. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Nikki Caboose. Did I say that right? Nikki Caboose from South Florida Tech Hub. Give her a hand, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you. So yes, you said it right. It's Nikki Caboose, just like a choo-choo train caboose. I'm the CEO of South Florida Tech Hub. For those of you that don't know the organization, we're actually a fully regional, meaning Miami, Broward, Palm Beach, even now into the Treasure Coast Technology Association. We are a nonprofit. We actually have the association side and our C3, which is the foundation side as well. Basically, our job as an association is to bring together all of tech, innovation, and entrepreneurship in the entire region. So What does that mean? It basically means a little bit of everybody. So we work with startup companies, larger enterprise. So if you're thinking your FPLs, Office Depot, City Furnitures, all the way down to an individual founder that has an idea on a napkin and says, I need help. So we work with the accelerator programs, a lot of entrepreneurship programs. We work with obviously higher education institutions. And then we're also pulling together people like other nonprofits, a lot of event organizers, local meetup groups, and then a lot of your economic development offices as well. The four main things that we really focus on are our talent, which is why I'm looking at her right here. This is Ashton Adler. She's actually our director of talent engagement. Her job is primarily to work with everybody in this room. So she works with all of higher education, K through 12, like the school districts. We even have our own kids coding classes, and then also boot camps and coding schools. And then we work on branding as well. So branding meaning how are people viewing South Florida from across the state, across the country, across the world, that we're not just Disney World and a place for spring break, that we're actually a place with a great business economy, and that we're growing, and you can actually come here to open your businesses and come here for jobs. And then community. So it's, for lack of better words, all of you. So we want to pull together the community and make sure that people can find the right resources. And it may not even be things that we offer. So a lot of times people will say, well, do you offer this? Do you offer that? We just want to be the central hub. So yes, we have events, and yes, we have networking activities, and yes, we have lunch and learns, and we do all these wonderful things, but we are not the end all be all of everything in the tech ecosystem. We never could be. And we just want to make sure that we're kind of the central hub, that if people have questions and need to know where to go, that we can send them in the right direction. And then of course, the last one of our core pillars is entrepreneurship. So again, working with those startups. And I do like to mention, it's not just entrepreneurship, meaning that you own or have started your own business. It's an entrepreneurial mindset. So there's a lot to say about people that have that mindset and still can work for somebody else and create opportunities for themselves within a company. So it's all about the mindset, not necessarily, you know, always promoting that you have to go out and work for your own and start your own company. I realized, so I had some of these with me. I've got some just one pagers. If anybody wants a little bit more information on Tech Hub, I'll leave them here. And then I realized I gave a couple people stickers. I grabbed my green ones just for you guys today. So I got a bunch of Tech Hub laptop stickers. But John, I guess I will give it back to you, and I'm here if anybody has questions. Give it to you.
Thanks, Nikki. And with that, can we go right into our panel discussion? And you're going to be our moderator, so thank you for doing that. So if you're on a panel discussion, hey, Jose, and we've got Kevin Parker, and you can introduce them, and I think you have the bios too, right? So we'll kind of shift to our panel discussion. Yeah, Chris, come on up.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Yes, if we can get our panelists up.
Nice to meet you.
Chris.
Hi, Chris.
All right. So as we get situated this morning, we're going to be talking about AI. We've got a few questions on kind of what is AI, what's the differences between all these AI, what's the new technologies in the industry that we're using, and then how can higher education and the students kind of be ready for what's coming down the pipeline. So instead of boring you and me sitting here reading a bunch of bios, I always prefer to do this. I'll have you guys introduce yourself, kind of give your 30-second pitch, and then we can go from there. So you want to start on this end, Jose?
Try this. Hi, can you guys hear me? Great. Thanks for the invitation. It's really exciting to be here. Jose Medina from NextEra Energy. NextEra Energy is the group company that includes FPL and Energy Resources. We'll talk about that later. I get to run AI for NextEra. I've been with the company for 15 years, always in analytics. Before and during NextEra, always with machine learning and data science, and super passionate about education and getting awareness of what it takes to be conversant in AI and machine learning and data science, particularly for South Florida. So really excited to be here.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Jessica Neer McDonald. I am an intellectual property attorney. I primarily practice trademark and copyright, based in Miami, but spent quite a bit of time here in Palm Beach County. So really happy any chance I have to come back up here. I also am head of global trademarks for Midjourney, which is a text to image generative AI generator. And yeah, looking forward to this.
Awesome. Welcome. I say we had Jessica at Tech Palooza as a speaker, and ever since then, we've needed you more. So thank you.
Kevin? Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin Parker. Don't know if you guys can hear me okay. See, been in South Florida about 18 years now as part of the FBI here, primarily working cyber computer intrusions and also counterintelligence cases. If I go back before that, I was a programmer. I used to be a software developer back when Visual C++ was a thing, Visual Basic, probably way back before some people were born. But at the same time, when I went to the FBI, I was recruited in because of my computer science background. Because after 9/11, FBI was looking for people with STEM education, whether they were engineers or computer science folks. So it came in at the beginning of probably what the FBI was doing for computer intrusion investigations. So in its infancy, we had limited equipment, probably still do have limited equipment, limited resources, but it has gotten a lot better. A big part of what the FBI does, reach out to private sector, because FBI does not have all the answers. So we partner really closely with the private sector through programs like InfraGard. And for me, I retired at the end of last year, and I'm still very passionate about cybersecurity and cybersecurity awareness. So here to try to help out and share information where I can.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hi again. I'm Chris. I got into AI after the crypto bubble burst in 2021 because there's nothing left for me there. But no, I do, and it also better aligned my skill set. I'm a designer. I'm a software engineer, I'm a product designer. So yeah, just very interested in pushing this new field. And then I guess my theme would be putting AI to work. How can we get it to do the boring stuff so we can do higher level things?
Awesome. Thank you all. So just a little bit of housekeeping. We're going to go through the question and answers for the panel, but then we'll open it up at the end. So if anybody has any questions, we want to make sure that you guys get them answered as well if there's something we didn't ask. So I guess I'll start with you again, Chris. So my first question, just to kind of set the tone here, because people hear AI, and if anybody's not as familiar with it, I'm sure everybody's heard of it at some point by now, but people don't know the difference between what is traditional AI and what is generative AI, because obviously we're seeing this generative AI and all this new stuff coming out, but can you kind of set the tone just by describing the difference?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we've had models that can like predict whether a stock is going to go up and down for a long time now. And it's just that little predictive model. Like, can we just give it a massive amount of data and have it see patterns that we can't see? And then I guess like what would be generative AI is now I mean, one is the diffusion model, which I don't even understand myself, but really it's like I said before, how it's really just guessing the next word in a sentence based on previous words. So it's a very much like a similar thing, but it's now we're calling it generative because we can actually talk to it. So, you know, AI is a huge thing now because we can talk to it, and it's like, you know, for us muggles, you know, who don't do this on an everyday, it's so much more, and it's getting this hype because we can really talk to it. But they're kind of the same, and I could be wrong about this. And then there is this thing called, again, the diffusion model, which you should do your own research on what that is, because I feel like that's a little something else. I don't think I got that totally right. If anyone else wants to, everyone else wants to jump in there, I feel like.
Yeah, the biggest difference between generative and we'll call it traditional machine learning and we almost call it like old AI is that before generative, you had to train things yourself, right? So there was this, if you guys have had any exposure to this, there's always this like period of I got to clean my data, I got to label my data, I got to organize it. Then I got to train my AI to do the prediction. And then I have this thing that can work for me. The thing with generative, and when you hear GPT, it stands for generative pre-trained. It has been trained on everything that's ever been written on the internet and then some. And then for multimodal models, It's trained on video, audio, text, sound, everything, right? So we're getting into this multimodal pre-trained model, which makes it really convenient, right? Because you show up and you can have a conversation with it, and it can kind of be creative with you. But you're right, it does, at its essence, what it's doing is it's, I call it autocomplete on steroids, right? Everybody's kind of used type that text that you wish you hadn't sent because it finishes the word, and that's not the word you intended. That's what generative does. So with generative, it is predicting not the next word, but the entire thought, right? And it's using a confluence of probabilities to plot what might come next. And that's what makes it so human, right? So that would be the major difference.
Now you said that, it made me think of how many times I've accidentally sent something in a text that I'm like, "Dude, didn't mean that." I'm sure we've all done that.
That's ducking crazy.
Yes, like that. Or something inappropriate to somebody that's not your husband. That's happened to me too. So I'm just saying. So my next question here, actually, it was perfect. What your last comment was, because, and you all are coming from totally different like industry sectors. So I want to talk a little bit about how are you seeing AI used in different industries, and particularly the industries that you're in. Can you give some examples of like real world examples? Because for anybody that was there last year at TechPalooza, our big tech conference that we do each year, last year was a lot of like, oh my God, there's all this new stuff coming. We don't know what's happening. How do we prepare? And it was a lot of big questions. But I think now that we've got a little bit of time under our belt, people are actually starting to kind of dip their toes in the water and starting to use some of the tech. So I'm just curious if you guys have examples of how this is actually being used in real life right now. Anybody can take that first.
I mean, I just did a presentation on it, so.
Yeah, all right. I'll jump on it. My answer is pretty short because of course the government is always behind the times. So as far as the FBI and government in general, it's pretty slow to adopt new technology. But some things that I would like to see them do in the near future would be things like we collect, from law enforcement standpoint, we collect vast amounts of information. If there's a search warrant, whether the data's in someone's house or it's in the cloud, we're collecting terabytes and terabytes of information. And currently agents and law enforcement officers are going through that stuff manually for the most part. There's some limited automation, you'd be surprised how limited it is. But to see something like, it wouldn't have to be that sophisticated, that could just go through, it's trained on what you're looking for in your investigation. And even though the final review would have to be done by a human for a legal standpoint, it could highlight those things that are kind of more relevant. It's like maybe a little bit better than a Google search, but you'd be surprised what they have now.
So I have my own law firm and many years of experience just practicing trademark and copyright law. So it's nice to have the data, and I've just really been trying to experiment how I can utilize what the generative aspect we've been talking about to help me get things done faster, which in turn leads to offering lower legal prices and legal services. So there's still like a lot of experimentation going on, but a lot of ethical issues that we'll probably get into later that gives me a lot of much caution. Ethics and should we get to that?
Actually, if you came to AI Uncorked last night or 2 nights ago, we had a IP attorney talking about it, and if you want to get into it, we can. But did you trademark and copyright?
Do I
Trademark and copyright? You do both, yeah?
It's trademark and copyright. I thought you said, do I trademark copyright?
No. Do you trademark and copyright?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can get into that. I defer to you, moderator.
Feel free.
Well, define stealing it.
Yeah, those are great questions because we got to start from the basics. Is what is a trademark? What is copyright? So, oh no, this is common. This is among many attorneys. This is among CEOs, all different backgrounds. It's confusing. So trademarks are really source identifiers. So the name of a company, of a brand, it can be a color. If I gave you, or maybe your husband, said, it's okay, don't feel bad about that text message. He comes home with a little blue box that looks like a jewelry box. You're like, did he get this from Tiffany's? Right? You associate it with the brand. So it can be a color, it can be a logo. Those are trademarks. Yes. And on the copyright side, we're talking about works of expression. So copyright can attach and attaches automatically. You don't have to go, there's the US Copyright Office and the US Patent and Trademark Office. You don't actually have to go directly to the Copyright Office to have copyright in something. It attaches automatically. So perhaps I didn't get the full background on the song. So I would need to learn a little bit more.
Could we hear the song as well?
I mean,
I missed it.
I mean, I guess I got to sing another one because I already sang it to these guys. So like, I don't want to, yeah, I'll do another one, but we will save that for the end. Okay. So again, based on, the attorney we had in, and stop me if I'm wrong here, that if you want to copyright something and like actually go through the process of like filing the copyright, you have to disclose if you use AI and then which portion did you use AI. Is that correct?
If you want to register your copyright, you have to actually disclose a part of it. And there's not a particularly clear test on how much of it that you're using the model as a tool to get. to
So a question,
copyright
a question I had for him, which he didn't have a good answer for, was like, what does that notation process look like? I showed how I use ChatGPT to write a song called Echoes of the Blue Dot. And at one point it got 4 straight lines. I first of all, I asked for the first line of the song and it gave me 10, but for some reason the first 4 are now my first verse. And then if I pick a word and then rearrange it, I just don't know what that notation processes look like. How do I mean, besides just giving them the chat, it'd be like, here's the chat and then here's the end result. Like, what does that notation process look like?
Yeah, there's no formal form by the Copyright Office that says, you have to walk through this specifically, and it depends on, with music, are you talking about the masters? Are you talking
I'm talking about lyrics, I guess.
the lyrics? Okay, so let's just say like the lyrics, just like as if you would be writing a short story, you would really need to describe it to the Copyright Office, and there's usually some back and forth on that process. Again, this is pretty new. They came out with guidance just about a year ago, which is crazy because it feels like a long time ago, but then doesn't. So
No, it
we're
was a century ago in AI.
right. And so we're still trying to get a feel for like what is enough on the spectrum of human created and machine created, because we do know that you need human authorship. The Copyright Office has been very clear that there needs to be human authorship in order for them to grant you a registration. But a lot of the process in registering is based on what you disclose. So that left with what I told you earlier about copyright automatically attaching, a lot of questions. But we do have some decisions that we can look at and try to see how much has worked. And I've had some go through fine, and other times, it's the human reviewing it that might have more questions, might ask you to disclaim more than you want, things like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I had kind of along these lines, because I'll kind of skip around on my questions just because we're at this point now, is, I'm thinking a lot of this is regulations and kind of standards for things that are continually changing all the time because we don't know yet, right? There is no like real set standard for stuff. So it's like, as this continues to progress, what are some of the like potential issues, risks, ethical issues once it becomes more widely adopted? Because like right now, there's still people that don't even know the basics, haven't used ChatGPT for the first time, don't even know what AI is. It's still, I feel like it's becoming more prevalent, but it's not really widespread adoption yet. What is some potential risks that you can see as like it just becomes pretty norm? Like, what are the risks in that?
Yeah, I guess I see it so much as a tool that I like to think more about the positives, but you do need to think about the risks. So think about what you would want copyright protection for. And copyright is going to give you the ability to exclude. And that's where you really need to start thinking, well, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the layout of your website? Are you talking about code, which can also be protected by copyright? Are we talking about a painting? Are you talking about a book? I think it's so client specific, unfortunately, right? Because I would love to say like, this is the rule, follow this. But it is like pretty specific in what's your goal and what you're trying to achieve. Like I personally think when we were having that conversation about trademarks and source identifiers, that is so important for if you're as a business, if you're an artist, for people to understand the source and not get confused by that, that I find that to be something to more heavily lean on for protection. And that is a different strategy than the copyright angle, which gives you that exclusivity, but and has some pretty hefty penalties if you need to enforce it. But trademark is really going to make sure like that the public is also protected in addition to those commercial benefits. Yeah, so I don't think that's like that's an AI specific issue. I mean, that it's something that's generally been around, right? When you see, for example, I think to take your example just a step further. I love that example because I was thinking Instagram and reposts and you taking a video and it's all on my Kindle.
Except for you.
I carry my Kindle around too. But I like to think about AI as a tool for aggregating data, being able to interpret a lot of data, be able to do things so much more efficiently.
I kind of like to think it as augmented intelligence. You talk about a tool, and that's really what it is. Because like when it comes to authorship, like I prompted, frogs on stilts, and now I have a Midjourney image of frogs on stilts. So I feel like I made that. And no matter what it
Midjourney
is,
says you have it by the terms.
but no matter what it is, I feel like it's just an extension of ourselves. Essentially, it's an extension of what we want and our ability to be able to describe it.
Yeah, and I love that you gave that example. Sorry, just really quick, because it relates to what she was saying too, is that copyright, regardless of AI, has never been about protecting style, and it's never been about protecting ideas. Those two things are not able to be protected by copyright, but they just get brought into this conversation over what is fair, which is good for us to evaluate. Goes to your original question, full circle.
Yeah. Well, and I'm seeing it, obviously, we don't have any evil geniuses either on the panel that you were saying. I look at more as a tool, the positive, and it can be, and it is. It's a wonderful tool. And I'm curious in, your life with the FBI, have you seen, and I know you recently retired, but I'm sure you saw people kind of doing some negative things using technology, using AI. Can you give some examples of things that
Yeah,
you've
yeah,
dealt
there's,
with?
unfortunately,
I'm sure
the
you
negative,
have been the one
negative
dealing with
things
some
are
evil
ahead of us all the time. So the bad guys don't really have to wait on frameworks and rules to come out. They just say, okay, how can I use this to exploit my victims? And they go for it. I guess on the more maybe unintentional side of it too, when you have things like ChatGPT, we had issues, these have been out in the public, where people were feeding in proprietary information. So they're leaking out their company's secure information by asking ChatGPT questions. And they're, they're leaving a little bit too much detail in their prompts. So you're losing information that way. There's GPTs out there that are developed to further crime, to do phishing emails. And these phishing emails, like back in the day, you'd have things where if there's an email, it may have some type of grammatical error or something that didn't really smell right. Now the grammar is going to be perfect. So there's other indicators that you have to look for to be able to identify phishing emails. Now, I guess on the positive side, you have AI defenses as well that can help you detect these malicious emails and catalog them better. But yeah, definitely there's a community of folks that are using artificial intelligence to kind of lower the bar of what it takes to be a cyber criminal, and also the information that they're retrieving. If they're breaching people's databases, they're breaching networks, and they're recovering all this information, they're using AI in order to extract value from that data. Now, this is maybe more on the nation state side than the criminal side, but definitely AI makes them more efficient at that.
I'm curious, just by show of hands, is anybody, I didn't ask my question yet. Is anybody familiar with Dr. Joy Bolamwini? Does anybody know who that is? MIT? No? Even you guys don't know? All right. Well, you guys gotta go look her up. So I'm obsessed with her. But basically, she was a student at MIT, and she was doing some research for the school on a project. And she started realizing all the unconscious bias behind AI, right? And this was years ago. And since then, I mean, long story short, she's worked with Meta and Google and all these huge companies about actually stopping some of their AI processes and making them public right now, and making sure that she's working with a lot of government agencies like on regulating this. And again, this is not new within the last year. She's been doing it for years. But where this came up was she was just doing a project at school, MIT, and she was doing some using AI facial recognition software. And, she's using it on different people, and she goes to use it on herself, and it doesn't pick up her face. And she's like, all right. So she resets it and she tries again, doesn't pick up her face. So then, and she's a Black female. So then she goes and she says, you know what? I'm going to go. She went to the store. She bought a white mask, put it over her face. All of a sudden it picked up her face. So she started doing all of this research behind all the unconscious bias that's built into AI. And so now has made this kind of her life mission, and working with government agencies and larger enterprise companies. But I'm curious, this goes into my next question, was as far as the unconscious bias that's built in just naturally and sometimes very often unintentionally, how can we make sure that AI is transparent, it's unbiased? And this isn't just meaning facial recognition software, anything. How can we make sure that it's transparent and unbiased, especially as it does become more widely adopted?
I think so first of all, I'm very familiar with that research.
Her book, Unmasking AI, if anybody doesn't know, you have to get it.
Yeah, and really, really super important what her research revealed and made everybody aware of. These folks who are developing like the ChatGPTs, and there's a ton of there are 10 new models, 11 new models released last week that are kind of not on par, but kind of getting close to the models that fuel things like ChatGPT. And there's a tremendous amount of awareness of what goes into training those models. I would say, it's getting better and better all the time because of that awareness. I think as consumers, we need to be really aware, right, that even though there's some magical properties, particularly for these products, that we do have to approach them with a bit of healthy skepticism and healthy questioning attitude. For me, for our team, we're really aware, particularly for any models, anything that we're doing that involves data, right? We're super aware of where that data came from, how it's going to be used, because we work in such a asset-heavy environment, where it's like meters and drones and things like that. There's a lot of like really tangible evidence on like where the data came from, right? I think as others start to embark on things that affect humans, it becomes really important to have like great data to support those models, right? I think there's been a ton of awareness. I'm really encouraged by the awareness. I think it's really important for us to also be aware and have that healthy skepticism when we're engaging with some of these tools, right? To just keep those things in check.
That's a great way to put it, is healthy skepticism. Because you see a lot of times, like even we were just mentioning, people copying things and placing them online on social media as if they're their own, and you don't know where that information, where that data is coming from. You see all these videos that look very real and they are not real, they're AI. So there's a lot of things out there that you have to have a skepticism about. And I think in today's world, researching it for yourself, not just taking whatever you're seeing or reading as truth, that we have to start actually looking into it ourselves and doing the research and becoming educated on it. So thank you, Jose, for that. And I was going to say yesterday, I was actually at another higher education institution. You guys are a wonderful organization that if anybody doesn't know, because I'm sure everybody knows FPL, right? We all pay our electric bills, but FPL is much more than that. NextEra is much more than that. And then there's so much tech. You were mentioning the robotics and the drones and all of this. So, I mean, obviously, any of your companies are great companies to work for. We have a bunch of great companies in Palm Beach County and in South Florida, but you guys, I think, have really dove pretty deep into tech and a really tech heavy company that I don't think people even really realize, including myself. Before I started working with you with Tech Hub, I was like, man, I was kind of in the dark. I didn't know. Yes, I was in the dark, no
That's
pun
good,
intended.
yeah,
See, I
like
make a
that.
joke and I didn't even know.
Just to kind of catch everybody up, in 2016, we started experimenting with drones. And I remember because we were kind of launching the first prototypes and doing a lot of computer vision, which is another form of AI, right? You take a picture and it knows it's a dog or it knows it's the door or whatever, right? And now today in 2022, we flew 140,000 drone missions, which is equivalent to Palm Beach County, Palm Beach Airport. We used our fixed drone plane, which takes high resolution imagery called LiDAR. If you've never seen this, it's pretty cool. It kind of takes, it's like lasers looking at objects and things like that. We use that to help restore after Ian. Helped us restore a lot faster because we could see the scale of damage and the scale of the restoration effort, like well in advance of our resources being able to kind of go in safely and restore. We used our smart meters. So I think we have 5.9 million customers, and most of those folks have smart meters. And those were used during Ian to restore 400,000 customers without having to actually go to the home, which is a stark difference to how we used to do things, 20 years ago. And then if you do a double click on NextEra, which is our sister company that operates outside of Florida. And if you don't know about NextEra, largest producer of solar and wind energy on the planet. So we have 150 wind farms across the planet. Every wind farm has 100 wind turbines. So if you're ever in Iowa, most of those wind turbines are ours. Really cool business, really, really proud of that business. We deployed something called the Technician Copilot, which is a generative AI application that allows our technicians across the 150 wind sites to be able to chat with a knowledge base and chat with their data. And it makes kind of the average technician who doesn't have a ton of experience feel more like a really experienced technician because they can get answers to like really complex questions very quickly. And we have an ambition, obviously, to expand that to other places. So the company is it's a neat place because we certainly in Florida we have this tradition of like really want to improve customer experience and really wanting to use technology and data to drive bills down and still increase quality and put a bunch of solar everywhere. So we're like the most solar rich, state and business and on the planet. And then on top of that, do that with a lot of data and a lot of respect and a lot of all that. So it's a neat place and there's a lot of really exciting stuff happening right now. Yeah.
Awesome. So quick question for everybody. Who's heard the statement that AI is taking all of our jobs? I'm sure people have heard that. Does anybody believe it? Is there anybody that's like, well, I kind of see that? A couple hands. So I have an example. This was perfect. We were just talking about FPL. So I have an example. And I want to talk about this a little bit. I promise this will go into my next question. So talking about FPL, has anybody seen or is familiar with Spot, the robot dog? Okay, couple hands. Really cool, easy kind of thing to remember that they have. But that technology, using the AI technology to scan something, like he was saying, see if something is place is safe for somebody to go to. It's meant that the dog is, well, the robot dog, I guess, Spot, is going into those unsafe spaces instead of a human, so that you were limiting the amount of people that are getting hurt or injuries, right? So that's one example of where technology is taking somebody's job, but it's a job that nobody should really want. We don't want to go into those places and potentially hurt or kill ourselves. So let's allow the robots and the AI and the technology to do that. So I'm curious, my next question is, using that example, what are other places that you've seen in other industries where AI is kind of taking a job, but is replacing it with something else? Like, and because I know our jobs are going to change, right? So where have you seen that, whether it's in healthcare or, wherever it may be?
Yeah, there's one healthcare example I saw recently. This was at another event where there was a doctor that was explaining her process of reviewing, I guess, tissue samples, and she was screening for colon cancer. And some of the examples she showed, for me looking at it, and it just looks like a bunch of cells. But with the proper training, you can identify which ones may be cancerous or precancerous. And that was something that typically the doctor has to do. And in this case, she was explaining how AI is going to be able to review all those samples. And that's something that probably who really wants to do that job? It's necessary, of course, but it's not something that the doctor, they could either see more patients or do higher function evaluations. Like, let's say something's been indicated, they could spend their time in probably using more of their talents as opposed to just going through sample after sample after sample. And the other thing with that is that AI is not going to they're not going to make mistakes. They're not going to get tired. It's not going to say, oh, this is my 300th image today. Wow, it's all kind of blurry and I'm finding my glasses here. It's going to have the same precision with each one. And some of the questions that came up around that use of AI were, okay, if a diagnosis is made, is AI, how much of that diagnosis is AI versus how much of it is the medical professional? So there's questions that come up as far as how much can you let the AI do? And same as law enforcement, AI could help, but definitely anything going to court would have to be seen by a human, and it would be someone that could testify to what they saw.
Yeah, well, just to jump on that point, like we know that the recollection bias of someone is like insane. Like so, like they'll have like 5 people that saw a car accident, and everyone describes a different thing. So like that's something I feel like the legal system should get over. But just in general, like I think again, it's not AI is replacing your job. It's someone with AI is replacing your job. And I play a lot of chess, and if I play on chess.com, after the game, I can go through each move and it'll tell me like it'll rate from like 1 to 10 like how good each move was, and then it'll show me other options that I should have done or could have done that. And that's kind of what I think of like the doctor office. Like he's still the chess player, but he's an AI and he has like all this list of things. And I actually have heard 2 scenarios. One was kind of off the card, that there was this 95-year-old guy that started losing his vision and the doctors couldn't figure it out. He asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT, knowing the fine print of this one random like liver drug he was on, hey, could cause blindness, and he stopped taking it and he jumped off. And then another one was Pablo Stanley, who's like a really famous artist who was in Mexico for some reason, and all of a sudden he started going blind. His eye was swelling up. Doctors didn't know what to do. He dumped everything into ChatGPT. It gave him a diagnosis. They showed the doctor, and they're like, "Yeah, that could be it," and they treated him for it. And so, yeah, I just think it's gonna give us it's augmented. It's augmented. It's not artificial intelligence. It's augmented intelligence. And I think that the people who should be scared are people that are not good at their jobs in the first place.
I like that. Yeah, and I've heard those type of scenarios happening more often. There's actually I can't think of the name of it right now. There's actually 2 startups that I know of that are in South Florida. One of them in Miami in particular. And your example, their startup, that's what they're working on, is that it actually scans. Like I actually saw one in like a live example where they're scanning somebody's hand, and it actually showed that something might be cancerous there. And they said it's 99.9% confirmed, like that it's usually correct. The problem was, again, kind of to my earlier discussion, was that it was having issues with picking up on dark skin colors. And so that's another thing I think why we have to make sure with schools like Palm Beach State are perfect, because there's primarily Black and Hispanic students that are coming from the schools, and getting those students into technology careers to be able to, you know, kind of fight that unconscious bias that's in the technology there, because that's what this startup, the problem that they're having is like, it's 99% correct on light colored skin. But I have heard that more and more, especially in healthcare. Were you gonna add something?
The same thing is true with laser hair removal.
Yes, that's
they-
right.
like,
I was thinking of that
and
too.
So there's a lot of things that like it is inherited bias because of course like as a society we are racist. So that's the data it's pooling on. So like it's going to be really hard to clean all out. But at some points it's also like, you know, it sounds like with the tumor thing, it's just a contrast issue. Like there's just like it's not maliciously saying like any of that. It's just kind of like something that happens. And like, and for me, you know, I know if I walk onto a schoolyard, me being a white male, like I hope a cop comes and sees me because statistically, I am the most likely one to be there to do nefarious things. So like, you know, we're like, you know, it's a very tricky subject. Like,
And I thought, were you gonna add something, Jose? I thought I saw you start to say something. Sorry.
I was gonna say, we focus a lot on getting a lot of diverse talent and that's one of the reasons, right, is to make sure that we have a lot of different perspectives, you know, women, male, all sorts of diversity backgrounds. And we proud to say we have one of the most diverse teams, at least my team. And that's something we're really proud of, and I think has helped us be really sensitive to some of these potential challenges.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and I think that's great. And to add to that, I think, you know, you guys have a wonderful internship program as well. Probably one of the best I've seen. And I don't know if you know anything about this because I actually just learned about it yesterday. But I heard also that FPL now has an externship program for teachers. But I guess the teachers in the summer. Do you know more about that? Do you want to say anything? Because I don't know. I just learned yesterday. I was like, this is amazing. There you go. Sorry.
Thank you to all the companies that are represented here. So prior to me transferring from the school district of Palm Beach County over to Palm Beach State College, PBC STEM, Palm Beach County STEM, they work with companies within the district to say, we're going to have an educator, and the hope is that the students are going to stay local. We build our talent here and then we grow them. And so one of the companies that they work with is FPL Nextera, and they have like several disciplines. I worked with the environmental sustainability, loved it. And they also have drones. And I was able to go to like different areas to learn about what FPL Nextera does to support the community, specifically Palm Beach and nationally.
Thank you. Yes.
For quite some time, probably while I was still in diapers, but really not literally diapers. But it's well needed. Again, I'm uplifting AI because I was one that kind of always looked down on technology. But as I'm thinking, and the long years of working in the medical field, which is a very prominent, very important job to have, because without the medical field, I don't think half of us who were sick or half dying would be here because, you know, the medical field. But there's a shortage of human workers. And if any, how would AI actually help in that low entry, kind of like a job that I do, which is direct personal care. And the thing what I've saw that people prefer, they lean more to taking care of technology or be using technology than to help the actual human. Working in the field that I worked in, I've worked as a customer service rep and also direct care as a patient care tech. And people literally will fight over the desk job, which is, you know, AI, opposed to humans, which is something God made. We got, the manufacturer made us. So there's a shortage in that. So the question you asked, well, will there ever be a shortage of work? Not really, because wherever people need work, they could go to the medical field, learn to love people and help out that way, because there's a shortage in that medical field for patient care. Patient care. I mean, everybody fights over being at the desk, typing and stuff like that, while you have the sick and the elderly just needing someone to hold their hand, some type of human affection. So I don't think work could ever be, because the more we live, the more humanity grows, we would always need a job in that field.
Good.
Even
Thank you for that.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, of course you want to.
I'm so glad that, can you hear me now? I'm joking. I've seen Jose more times virtually than I have. This is the first time. And somebody introduced me to Kevin and I'm like, for years back and forth. All the distance and everything that we've been doing for years. I so appreciate being in the room with y'all. And I appreciate you and Chris bringing up cancer diagnosis. That's my dissertation area, is melanoma diagnosis of skin images. And it's 99% on really precise images, but not somebody of color, hair. I was in a panel 2 months ago. And in that panel, one of the participants is created an organization that's preemptively addressing the regulation that hasn't been imposed yet. A regulation that's going to institute, or in theory, institute transparency across the board. Any government entity or any entity that is interacting with a government entity, that there would be potentially a requirement for transparency on any AI usage. So my question's twofold. One, the industries that you're in, is that possible? Can you go through and do a check to see, are we using AI? Where are we using AI? Across the board. And the other is, how do you prove it? And that goes to the legal side of it. Because we're always, I get papers all the time, and I got one last week that this is clearly AI. And I can go put it in and it'll evaluate. So yeah, that's 99% AI generated. But can I hold somebody accountable to that?
You want to answer?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I might let some of the technical guys get into some more of the details about how difficult it can be to trace back origin, because it's not a scenario where something is being downloaded and then later retrieved specific to particular download. Like that's, and the learning model is, that's what makes it so fascinating. That's what makes the predictive aspects so revolutionary, I think, in the current applications that we're talking about, like a chat GPT. And it's my understanding that there is no check to say, with certain reliable check to say, yes, this was generated. Do you have other thoughts on that? That was my understanding, that there wasn't anything reliable enough to.
This is a big area of research.
Yeah.
It's a big area of research. I can't comment on the medical, like I just don't have the background, but I can tell you, there's a lot of newness to this. We're gonna have to just stay very engaged and vigilant on how it evolves. I think there's a lot of really smart people working on it. And I think there's good intentions. Like I genuinely do think there's good intentions. And so as long as we keep working with good intentions, I think I think there's likely a good outcome, at the end of this. Maybe not everything, maybe you won't know everything, but maybe you'll know the most essential things. To me, I was reading an article the other day. There are similar concerns when folks invented the printing press, right? Take my job. It's the worst thing for humanity. Like, it's gonna steal our soul. Like, I mean, right? And so I think anytime there's just like new technology, there's understandably a lot of angst and anxiety, but at the end of the day, I think this stuff works for us. So as long as we are kind of vigilant and there are good people behind it, I think we're going to be in a good spot.
I've got an example even older than that. Actually, the only reason we know that Socrates exists is because Plato wrote about him, because Socrates saw writing and he was like, this is just lower than, like, to him, writing was like scrolling on Instagram. It was just not the full breadth of what it could do. So he never wrote. And if it wasn't for Plato, we wouldn't have him. So this aversion to new technologies has been around for, it's a story as old as time.
Yeah, the new tech is definitely coming. As far as knowing whether or not something was AI generated or whatnot, I think that's going to be like, and these things are just starting to come out. These compliance standards and different frameworks where, I mean, it's got to be something. Say it's medical. Okay, there's got to be some way to mark that data that's coming out from AI as AI generated. There would have to be things like that that are put in on as the data is created, as opposed to trying to figure it out. Was it AI or not after the fact?
It's a very hard problem, though.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, because like, think of how many words there are, and then how many, like, what are they measuring? Like, it really is making unique things, like I write music and I made a GPT called Harmony Quill. And of course, AI came up with that, but it was so unique that I bought harmonyquill.com in 2023 because no one had thought of it yet. And then GPT came up with it, and like literally 0 humans had like thought of that. So like, do I have to disclose that? Like, yeah, AI, like, you should assume everything I do is made with AI. Like, do you think I came up with AI Uncorked? Of course I didn't.
Yeah.
I'll show you the chat. I was going to show it today.
Yeah, the creative space is that much trickier. I'm just thinking about just say medical applications, things that are somewhat standard. That's going to be hard. And yeah, even crazier with creatives, images and things of that sort.
It's this paradox of plenty, right? And your ability to create so many things. And that's why I think that it's been around before AI. So when the internet came out, us nerdy IP attorneys are like, whoa, way more infringement, right? There's way more infringement and different kinds of confusion concerns. When you type something on Google, can you use another person's trademark as an ad keyword? I mean, there's all these very interesting questions that pop up with the new technology. But I wanted to mention, like, I still am deeply optimistic in human creativity. Like, that's something just innate in us. And I feel like if you're a professor looking at 30 papers, I don't know if I really care if it was generated with an AI, right?
Great point.
I'm more concerned that they responded to what I'm looking for and how they were able to problem solve, if they completely answered it. Those are the things that you're looking for. And these are the things that I think are going to make really great workers. So those are some of the aspects I would be looking at more, rather than discerning whether or not ChatGPT had a hand. And we keep going to ChatGPT. There's so many different,
So I have a comment and then a question, and we can open it for more questions. But I was thinking, when the two of you were talking, because I actually, before I got into tech, almost my entire career was in healthcare. And to your comment earlier, there is a physician shortage, and it's basically at critical stage right now. And I'm sure that with the industry that you're in, is that, there's so many of the state licenses have been opened up, especially during things like the pandemic or hurricanes or major things that happened, where just like, hey, doctors, just come across, we need you, or NPs, PAs. And I think, one of the examples is like seeing, AI, they actually have now where you can do, you can actually have your meeting with your doctor, even though it's not your doctor, it's AI, and asking questions and giving you suggestions and whatever, because there's just not enough physicians. There's not enough NPs, PAs. But then I do see the question of liability, and what if the AI tells you something and it's not right or whatever. So there is a lot of that, but you see it
What
already
about Dr.
starting to help.
Google?
Yeah.
Someone should hold him responsible for
I
all the
know.
panic that's induced in me over the last 10 years.
Your AI doctor. Yeah.
I love that example because when he was just saying use AI as a tool to work smarter, like we have to keep that in mind when it comes to doctors, when it comes to other professionals, accountants, lawyers. The chief of the Supreme Court has talked about, I mean, I was so excited to read about him embracing the tech, just AI, we're still calling it just general AI, but just AI and how it can really increase access to justice, which gets me very excited. Again, lower legal prices, the ability for people to ask, lawyer, Google, I guess.
No, I totally agree. I showed, so
But exercise caution, right? And lawyers have been bit hard, as they should have, for submitting something to a court without actually seeing if those are real cases. So it hallucinates cases. It's a very big, just makes up cases. Or just like we'll cite a real case, but that case has nothing to do with the issue. So like you still should use a
I think
professional.
of the example of like, when I was in my last job in healthcare, it was during one of the major hurricanes, and they had opened up all the state licenses and just were like, we don't care who has a license, just come into the state. And there was a physician shortage in one particular state. So they basically gave the doctors or the NPs, PAs the right to basically practice as a doctor during those first couple months, right? When they just needed more help. But then they basically were like, hey, but you have to report to this doctor has to sign off. So I still think there's a confirmation, reaffirmation, all of that has to happen. It can't just be, we accept whatever the AI says and does, just like you would in a normal hospital. And how things are now is like if an NP or PA does something in certain states, there has to be a doctor that signs off. You still have to make sure that you're looking at that information and that somebody's signing off. And
But then I love what you said about like wider justice for more people, because like if you have no doctor or Dr. Google, like who are you going to go with? Like you go with Dr. Google, and then like I showed how Consensus is suing the SEC for overreach of regulating their crypto wallet. Let's say you have some landlord that's trying to like keep your security deposit, and he's got some lawyer friend he plays tennis with. Like now, like you used to be like, all right, well, I guess I just have to pay him the $2,000. But now it's like, throw it into to Dr. ChatGPT and like, or ChatGPT Esquire. And then all right, draft me a response. Like, this is what I actually did. This is what actually happened. Now put it in legalese and send it back. And that was something that was not possible.
business.
Like,
You
oh,
might
no.
need your services.
This is very scary.
Dr.
But
Google.
like I said, if you got nothing,
I'm not worried about my job. I'll preface.
no,
it
no,
with
no,
that.
no.
It's that. It concerns me.
Yeah.
But, right, like I think you still, like, the research is needed.
Yeah.
You still should be doing, libraries are still open, right? Even just before ChatGPT.
Yeah.
There's still ways to research and, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We want to hear from everyone here. Yeah. Yeah. Enough credits. Your free credits. Here you go.
Oh.
All right, thank you. I know companies are using voice verification, right? And now people are using just 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. For fraud. What did you see that was combating that type of issue?
Yeah, for voice cloning, I mean, honestly, I think law enforcement is still catching up to that. But, and companies are too. The best thing that I would tell people, and this was in the case of, this was like back with business email compromises, things like that, and money's being transferred out. You could do the same thing with voice. You could do it with video now, where there's like a quick Zoom call over a bad connection. I think that's happened already.
Yeah.
And money was transferred out because it's like, oh, the CEO's coming in and wow, this looks important, and their internet's a little bit bad, so the frames are choppy. It's just to have out of band ways to confirm. Like it can be as simple as a code word, where it's something that you're not just going on blind faith that, okay, this is the boss, I'm going to do what the boss says. So you have to establish things like that are simple but can give you another layer of security.
I'll speak to that because I know, like, it is a real threat that you will get a call from your daughter saying that she's been abducted and she needs 3 Bitcoin otherwise. And then yeah, definitely just be aware as far as technologies for detecting it. you know, who knows about that. But my first AI in court, we had a public interest lawyer. And one interesting thing he said is that just because they're using like a deep fake technology, he said we really didn't need new laws to protect us, because if you're trying to deceive me or like take money out of me, that's still illegal, even if it's that. So I thought that was an interesting point. And I felt better that, like, in terms of detecting things, yeah, just be very aware of all of these things. But we don't need new laws. Like, if people are trying to be malicious to you, like, no matter what they do, it's still wrong. It's still illegal. So you're at least protected.
I push back a little bit on that because there is an area of law called right of publicity that is a creature of the state. So each state has their own laws related to protecting a person's image, name, and sometimes voice. So sometimes sometimes that can be an avenue. While I agree that there are like some other ways that you can say and try to go after that, I think that the more tools, somebody like the Federal Trade Commission that oversees consumer protection, somebody like the FBI and et cetera, the more tools they have in their belt, I see that as a positive for protecting consumers. This is, there's just like Tennessee just recently passed something protecting voice that was based on Elvis Presley and their
I'd say
foundation
that's
pushing.
what's happening in the film industry. So many people are speaking up against that
Right,
because of,
right.
you can basically take their likelihood and create a movie and they weren't even in it, you know?
Right. They're really interesting. And then what happens when somebody passes away? I think that the Drake song example, bringing it back to music, is one of the more interesting ones because you had Tupac and Snoop Dogg on the same track. Snoop Dogg, who is alive, so think about like that fairness argument we were talking about. Snoop Dogg was like, LOL on social media, right? He thought that was funny. Tupac's estate said, no, this is not okay. So, and I can't remember if it initially formally started a lawsuit or at least sent a cease and desist. So it's very interesting to think about because we were just talking about protections of people who are alive and can still create and can still put out new works and what's fair. So
Yeah, definitely. I think for things that rise to that level where it's there's some money involved or it's something, you know, famous individuals, definitely there's some legal recourse. But for the average small, medium-sized business that gets that phone call and they're being defrauded, the attribution part of that, as far as who's making that call, say from a law enforcement perspective, how do I find out who's making that call? And, you know, there's 1,000 ways to do it using everything over IP, proxies, VPNs. It's a level of effort in tracking that is impractical for most cases, unfortunately. So it's about education and, yeah, that awareness of knowing a lot of stuff is fake now, and, you know, taking a second look at it.
One of the areas of research right now is adding a digital signature to your digital, to every single digital interaction that you have. And that would be just attributable to you. And that way, there would always be an opportunity, like if you're working with other institutions, then you would grant access to those digital signatures so that when you are transacting with them, whether it's voice, image, you're FaceTiming, or with friends, that there's like a handshake between digital signatures. And that way, and if it's not present, then you could easily refute that, right?
Jose, quick question. Sorry to interrupt your thought. Are you referencing blockchain technology or something different?
Like public-private
Metadata.
It could, I mean, there's a variety of ways of doing that. But that's the concept that I've read about. Again, not an expert on that, but there's just a huge, there's a lot of energy behind that now to try to figure that out.
I think it's generally behind cryptography and not necessarily a public ledger like a blockchain, but it is very interesting to think about. And this has been publicly discussed, but there's also some thoughts around attaching metadata to generate images produced by generative AI or videos and such. And that goes back to standardization and what does that look like on the receiver's end? Just a lot that's still in the works.
So I had one final question for you all, and it was actually something that you had said, Jessica. Basically, we have, educators, students in the room, right? So, and we know that when we're talking about technology, especially AI, and how fast it's changing and things are changing every day and the regulations around it and all of that, you had made a really, I thought, smart comment. You were talking about the soft skills behind all of that. And that's the one thing that in the event I was at yesterday, a couple weeks ago, I was also at another event and it was all educationally based. We were having this discussion. It comes up all the time, but it seems like we're getting away from just talking about, you know, the soft skills of like, does this person show up on time? Then can they write an email well? Like there's different soft skills that are now becoming really your hard skills that you need to have, because the problem is, I found this kind of interesting. A couple of weeks ago, I was in the audience and it was an educational panel and they were talking about, it was a school that works with K through 12 students. And then there was another gentleman that was working with high school students, but they were very technical schools based in Palm Beach County as well. And they had a really good relationship with Palm Beach State, with FAU, and they were talking about this pipeline into higher education. But one of the things that one of the women had mentioned that was part of the K through 12 school, she was saying, you know, most of our students, she goes, they're super, super young. She goes, we're not teaching them the hard technical skills, because she goes, even if we were, stuff changes so fast that in 3 years it can be totally different. So she goes, we're teaching them a lot of the, like you had mentioned, problem solving and those types of skills. She goes, yeah, we're doing, you know, intro to whatever type of technical language, but she goes, that may be outdated by the time they're actually in the professional workforce. So I'm just curious for all of you in your, you know, daily lives and what you're seeing out in the industry, what are some of those skills that we call soft skills that are really going to become required and that students need to have? And I'm sure she was just with me yesterday. She's heard me say, Ashton, this statement before. I came from a background in staffing, and we used to always make this joke because people were hired for hard skills and fired for soft skills. People look great on paper, but then if you can't do all the things that make you a good employee, like you were saying, AI is going to get rid of all the bad employees. Well, what makes you a good employee now? What are those soft skills that people have to have now?
EQ,
Okay.
intellectual intelligence, or yeah, emotional intelligence.
Yeah, that's a big one. Problem solving, you mentioned.
Oh, problem solving is pretty good about with AI. Like it does a pretty good job. But
I would say, you know, I always look for, I say like, can they catch? You know, do they have kind of the fire in the belly to learn? Almost like they learn how to learn, because to your point, everything changes so fast. So do they have that kind of grit and fire in the belly? And, you know, and if it comes with technical capability, that's kind of the bonus. But it's almost like that can be obsolete so quickly. And so, like tactically, what we tend to look for is like, do they do the stuff that they're trying to get hired for on the weekend just because they're passionate about it? Right? It's like a passion. Then they're probably going to be good folks to add to the team, because that means that they're going to be continue to be conversant in whatever it is they're trying to be good at. Right?
Yeah, in addition to problem solving, adaptability for sure. So if you need to pivot on a project, you know, are you going to be able to handle it, or is it just going to like totally freeze you up that you're not sure what to do next? Like that's such an important skill, because you're right, we're not going to be using the same technology. We're not going to be using the same software. My firm probably not going to be using the same software just next year. So, you know, things change and you need to be able to adapt.
Something I've seen quite a few times recently, I actually saw it again yesterday, which made me think of this, was on a bunch of job descriptions at the very bottom when it says, you know, your required skills, you know, your preferred skills. And it always says at the bottom, I've seen this a lot, is doesn't take themselves too seriously. And the first time I thought it, I just thought it was like the company trying to be funny. But then I kept seeing it again and again. And just yesterday, saw it again. And I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, maybe this is actually a cultural change within companies, because now with so much technology and technology that now can do some of this problem solving, we need people that, I don't know if anybody saw Gary Vee recently with the Palm Beach State Foundation, because he was talking about like just new jobs within like prompt engineering that are coming up, and the ability to just think differently, to not take themselves too seriously, to break things and, you know, just see how they work. And, you know, because you're going to need people that are looking at things from a different point of view and not just, you know, I'm putting something in the computer, let it do it on its own. So you know, I just thought that was kind of funny that I started seeing that in a lot of job descriptions lately.
Yeah, I like Jose's point about the fire in the belly as far as doing things outside of the classroom, outside of the normal curriculum. And from the cyber perspective, whether it's AI or just kind of cybersecurity in general, there's curriculums at every institution, but how many of those folks are going to happy hours for DEF CON? Getting involved with the local security groups here, getting involved with Tech Hub and all the events that you guys put on. And that helps build hard skills because you're talking to people that are touching different technologies that you may not know yet. And also your soft skills are going to come up because you're networking and there's a social aspect to it aside from just, okay, can we get this job done? You're building your capacity and having people to reach out to as well.
Thank you for the plug, by the way.
No problem.
When I heard doesn't take themselves too seriously, I kind of hear the way I took that was that someone that they're okay to be wrong. I think there's too many times people have like an ego defense mechanism when they lose or they're wrong, but that's not really good if you want to learn stuff, because if you can't admit you're wrong and not care about it, then you're not going to get any better. And like people have to realize that if I put an idea out in the world, like that's the idea. And if he like just attacks that idea and like in questions its validity, he's not attacking me. And too many people conflate like, oh, he didn't like my idea, therefore I will take personal offense. Like I've noticed that in the last couple of days, I've been talking to like some of my subordinates and I'll like have an idea. And then like 2 minutes later, I'm like, no, let's not do that. Like, I don't want to do that. Like that, and then, oh, never mind. Actually, I'm just going to do it. And then you guys can retweet it or like, so you should just be like rigorously able to just take an idea, even if you learned it since you were a little baby, and just beat it with a hammer. And if it's still if it's still there after you beat it with a hammer, then keep the idea. If not, throw it out and move on to the next thing.
I think there was a question. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Very interesting discussions. So to wrap things up in my mind, you talk about AI and it's going into different places and spaces. So my question to each of you is, what is it that there's just one thing that you would like for us to take with us when we leave here about AI and moving forward?
Get ChatGPT Plus.
I'll add to that. Yeah, go to it's not just ChatGPT, there's a ton, but go to one of those and try to do something that you think it can't do. Like ask it to do something wacky. And because I think the most important thing right now is to just get really comfortable with the technology, right? So that you can see kind of how it's going to evolve and be useful to you. So
Yeah, definitely everyone should try some sort of AI, whether it's image generation or some of the large language models, and experiment with it. And as you do that, be cognizant of your privacy. So don't feed stuff into it that you wouldn't want on, do they still do newspapers that you wouldn't want on the front page of the paper? We used to use that, but that's not really a thing anymore. But just be mindful of privacy, because everything that you feed it is used as training material. And it's like there's data vacuums everywhere now.
I was actually looking through some of my chats. My previous talk was on me just going through my chat GPT, and I renamed them all so they're at the top because I found a couple of them like, oh, can't show them that.
I like an adaptation of trust but verify, right? Like, I don't even know if I trust, to be honest. But just I wouldn't take it as the holy grail. I would also research. And then I'm going to add another one. I'm sorry to cheat here, but read the terms and conditions, read the privacy policy. I know your eyes are going to glaze, but I love the comment about privacy, because it is true that almost all of them, I would imagine a very high percentage, have say in there that they're going to use whatever you input to train their models or in some other way. So that's where you can find information on that, is the privacy policy. The terms of service or terms and condition, that's going to tell you a little bit more about your rights and what they're expecting you as a user. That's an agreement that you're entering into, usually, when you click that you agree to terms. So in those instances, I think it's really important, becoming extremely, extremely important.
So I think that's the correct point of view. I think I have the counterculture, and don't worry about it. You're a minnow in a big sea of fish. And like, yeah, like there's, I guess, the most deep, dark thing maybe, but like, but unless you have some like PhD research that like is really proprietary, like your opinion on political spectrum is not important. Like, and you're just like, you're kind of a part of data. So, and like on the other side, like, okay, I didn't do 23andMe. I was given it for Christmas and I didn't do it. I'm like, I'm not doing that. That's dumb. But if we all did it, and we put our name, social security, and all our address on our whole medical history and attached it to that, and then gave it to AI researchers, like that data set would be worth so much, and we would save so many lives. So it's like, it's a double-edged sword, and but I think there could be a whole nother topic on like data privacy. Like you mentioned, like, oh, I ticked a box and gave it all to Google. Well, I think that should be illegal, and I think I should own the data, and Google should not keep all this money and like, and buy companies by the dozens and buy unicorns by the dozens. I think they should just give it back to me, and I think it should be illegal what they do. So I think there's a much larger data privacy issue than just like, don't talk to ChatGPT. Like if you want to talk about that, delete your Gmail accounts. Like I'm sure everyone here's got a Gmail account. Like you send all your deep, dark secrets there, your Dr. Google has been there. So I try not, like, I try not to worry about it, but like I said, they're correct. I'm giving the devil's advocate point of view.
I say I do the middle ground. So it's funny you guys are like opposite, because the other day I'm like reading this document, it's like 20 pages and I'm like, but I wanted to know what was in it. So I copy pasted. There was nothing in my personal information. Copy pasted, put it in ChatGPT and said, can you give me a summary? And so that way, at least if there was something that was glaring that I was like, oh, I shouldn't sign that, but at least I got a little, 4-page or 4-paragraph summary of like what I think I'm signing. So
Well, I think some of the big questions, and especially I do a lot of work in crypto and Web3 too, and it's like, if there's no terms and conditions and no privacy policy, run.
better
Be
to have them.
concerned.
Better to have them than nothing. Yeah.
Better to understand what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Hold on. We have a student that have a question here. He's been trying. Are you going to stand up?
I feel like I literally just finished organizing everything, all my thoughts down. But I have a lot to say. I just wanted to stand.
I gotta go.
Because I feel I do have a question. That's the thing. The thing is that I feel like disabled people, we're not given the space to properly exist. And so I need the space because I do live with more than one disability. And people look at me and think, well, how could you feel invisible? You're a pretty girl, but I have a lot that I think people will look at me and then automatically assume. And so I really wanted to be here on time this morning, and I was not on time, and that's why I feel like a mess right now, but I'm trying to organize everything. And I really think I did. I have a lot of passion. I have a lot of drive. I want to be here. But I was at a photo shoot the other day with Community College Magazine for the Ethical Hacking Club as women representation with the director of PBC campuses, PBSC campuses, and I was saying how I felt hidden when I was there. Well, there was someone afterwards that approached me, and he mentioned a quote about the crouching tiger, hidden dragon. And I relate to that a lot, and the fire in the belly feeling that you guys mentioned. Everything I do with passion, and I take everything seriously. Even when I joke, I only joke about serious things. That's just me. I'm a realist. And the thing about philosophy with, philosophers not really writing, I relate to that because I'm all about planning and taking action, and I'm an organizer. I want to organize things, and I feel like I want to be an activist. So I think I have a lot to say about AI in relation to disability education. And that's what my question is about, is how do we make education and awareness the forefront of technology and AI in relation to minority communities, and especially disability education? Because I think that's really important.
Great question.
Which disability particularly?
My main one is chronic pain. And my mom has fibromyalgia.
Okay.
Still trying to get diagnosed.
Well, first of all, I'm so sorry. I spend a lot of time thinking about inclusive design, and you can put inclusive design in everything from like paraplegics to someone with a broken arm to someone carrying groceries, and with blind, hard of seeing, like just yeah, like the whole spectrum of eyesight, and on the eyesight one specifically. There's all these standards by the ADA to make the websites, like you have to put alt tags on images and you have to like do all these different things because websites are made like as visual experiences. But AI, like, and I still believe you should keep up to to standards, but I think the audio interfaces of searching the internet, being able to look at an image or like be able to like at least know what the image is, like a visual explanation of the image, like, hey, here's this quote, but I don't know what the image is. And like, so before like nothing else, like the whole ADA thing, like the whole inclusive design, accessibility design, I think is just gonna have like all types of amazing features that again, we all can use. Does anyone have anything else?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for sharing your story. Just as I'm super optimistic about how AI can help in this space. I heard about a company a couple weeks ago based out of Europe. They looked at blindness and they said, you know what, innovation around blindness is really, there's kind of been a lull, right? Got the canes, maybe the dogs, right? Cost a lot of money to train up the dogs, and so there's a lot of folks that struggle to get around and operate in that space. That's actually a space where AI can help a lot. Camera, object detection, it can be cost effective to be on your person. There's a company called humane.com, which you guys have heard of, that is starting to make some of this technology a little more ubiquitous. And then I think in the space of healthcare, a lot of really exciting stuff happening in the space of healthcare. So I as a consumer of this, not as a designer of it, am like really optimistic and excited about the potential how AI can help in this space.
Yeah, and I also want to thank you for your question too. And I think, at least for me, it's obviously not the simple, again, end all be all to all the answers, but I think it's more people like you getting involved in tech. Because to give you an example, we have a Tech Hub member. I don't know if anybody knows her, Saida. She has a company. Do you know Saida? I thought you did, but Amanico is the name of the company. She's female, young, Black, deaf. And she said, look, I hit a lot of those intersectionalities. And she's like, but she's the one that's the most important to her is the deaf community. Cause she's like, there's so many things that are inaccessible to me. And I can't find the resources for what I need because I can't hear it. I'm sitting in a conference and I can't hear people. There's no sign language. There's no nothing for me. So she's actually building a technical tool that uses AI. And she started recently working with companies like Verizon and Google, and she's gotten a lot of funding and part of these accelerator programs. But what her AI does is it's an app, and and I'm oversimplifying this, but basically she says one of the main things is she goes, I've gotten really good at reading lips, but she goes through the pandemic, everybody's wearing masks. So she's like, then I'm back to square one again. So she created this app that if you're in a room and you're networking with multiple people, because she goes, if I'm really good at reading lips and I'm just talking to you, I'm watching your lips. But then if somebody else joins the conversation and there's 5 or 6 of us talking, which happens naturally at a lot of networking events, you stand around in a circle with little 5 people. She goes, I'm looking at this person's talking to me, I can't hear them. So what her app does is it actually will notify you when somebody else starts talking, and it color codes every single person so that you can actually start seeing like who's talking to you and you can take part in the conversation. And what's really cool is even people like me that are hearing, I've actually used it at a conference as a note-taking app, because that way it was really cool because it kept it for me with like who was saying what during the conferences and during the panel. But really, I feel like it's people like you, if you have an interest in tech, and I think I heard you say the Ethical Hacking Club, stay in it. We need people like you. It's going to be hard. You're going to face a lot of, walls and things that you're going to have to climb over, and you're going to have to deal with people that don't see your point of view and they don't get why it's important, and you're going to have that. But it's people like you that are going to make a difference. Because like with Saida, she's going to help all of those deaf people that if nobody like her and came from those point of view is seeing those problems, I would have never even thought about it. It's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. You don't even know that that problem is there. So I think just, for you, just to make sure that, you stay in tech and that you start to push other people that are, like you to make changes in the industry.
Women in IT.
That's awesome. Yes. That's awesome. Yes. So thank you very
Great
much, everybody.
question.
Yes,
Great question.
of course. Of
Thank
course.
you.
Of course. Good. Go ahead, John.
All right. Are we good?
Yes, I would say, thank you, everybody. Thank you for all of our panelists, for all the great questions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and hopefully everybody takes a little bit away from today that they didn't know before. And yeah,
Yep.
I got nothing else to add.
Let's give the panel a hand. Great folks on the panel. Thank you. We also want to thank you, Nikki. We go to a lot of your events now that we're partners, and I see this young lady do this all the time. We have a professor that always says memberships has its privileges, right? If you don't know Tech Hub, South Florida Tech Hub, I dare you to put it in your phone and look at all the events they have throughout the month, throughout the year. They do this for real, and the panelists are always great, right? This will help your businesses, your employers, anything you want to know. I think I've met this guy on a panel, and I think this guy. So I believe there's like a circle of them that go around, and they'll probably show up to your company. Like there's a network of folks, and these are high level folks. And I appreciate you, Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give them a hand. All right, so coming up next, we have our presentations from our instructors, and we also have a student, right? Did you guys hear the young lady say the Ethical Hacking Club? Right, so we have the professor who is our department chair over our cybersecurity and network program. He is also the founder and manager of our ethical hacking program. And just the FYI, we competed in what's called the Florida College System Cyber Challenge last year. And where did we finish? Number 2 in the state. Not quite first, but we were number 2 in the state for our first shot, right? We're also joining the National Cyber League. So I would like to welcome to you guys, Dr. Dwight Elliott.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to do it again. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, that's what's up. All right, I always joke with my students. I'm 200 years old. I'm from a long, long time ago. We do it the whole school. When I got to school at Syracuse University, you had to learn to connect, to meet people. I quickly came to realize that my parents have never been to Syracuse. I need some money to make it through here. I had to make friends in financial aid. I had to make friends in every single department. So this is one of the reasons I'm so blessed and fortunate today. We're going to go through this as quickly as possible. I have a few minutes to explain to you and set the stage for 2 of my students, because there's others. The only thing that's better than doing it yourself is to connect to others and prepare others to be even greater than yourself. So here at Palm Beach State College, I have the fortunate, I came here during COVID season, which was kind of defined by being disconnected, being at a distance, right? And I said, you know what? I looked at the landscape. The first thing you do, I learned it from my old GE days. I know I still look 20, but I'm 200 for real. GE, Lockheed Martin, Belcor. Some of you all might never heard of some of these companies, right? I feel really old saying, I'm trying to explain to my students about LANs and WANs and what is the greatest. Anybody tell me what a LAN is versus a WAN? Anybody? Jesus, bad. I really feel old. Local area networks. What's the greatest wide area network in the world? The internet. Geez, it ain't that complicated. Y'all don't even know ARPANET. Oh man, my goodness, I'm hooking you up. But anyway, I'm so happy to have you. So, but it's good to know this kind of a history, right? And I'm happy to have you here. Just give me a sound. So the bottom line, I want to tell you about some of the things that the Ethical Hacking Club has been doing for the last 3 years. I wish Marlon was here. I saw him here this morning. So I'm really big on old school on defining words. I don't wait for AI to tell me or Google to tell me what things mean, right? Like I'm from old school, spelling bee champ, and good luck to AI trying to keep up with my brain. That's my thought process. So the power of commitment and community. The power of commitment and community. This is what defines a club. So I challenge these students. People say you want to have a better life. I real quickly came to realize that what we were doing in the classroom just was what? Not what? Was not what? Somebody stay with me. You allowed to talk back. Yeah. 1 second. Hold this. Just stay with me. Power of commitment community. So we wanted to increase student engagement, access, academic success, and workforce preparedness through the infrastructure to the clubs, right? And the club was dormant, didn't exist. What I'm about to show you quickly, go to the next slide. We accomplished this. I'm giving you a heads up, all on what? We meet online every Friday night. All online. You're about to hear from one of our students. He's going to be piping in online. He's fully online. We meet every Friday at 7:30 p.m. or every other Friday now. And these students are sitting there researching every single, as much subject matters in cybersecurity as we can get at. We end at 9 p.m. officially, but as those of us who know, when you get into people that are passionate about something, they sit there and they what? Research, play, and explore. And this is what we want. I remember being at Syracuse, watching how much me and the guys and young ladies would just sit in that lab and just be at it, right? So what was our goal? We wanted to get students to have real world cyber defense and ethical hacking skills. We wanted to get them to have industry alliance and partnerships and workforce preparedness for the potential cybersecurity jobs and ethical hacking service certifications, right? Because I quickly came to realize, I heard everyone say, oh my gosh, what do they say most about cybersecurity industry? The what? The jobs far exceed the what? The supply, right? The supply, the demand far exceeds the supply. So if you go to cyberseek.org, I'm going to keep it short, you would see that there's not enough industry, not enough students prepared to take on the jobs that are out there. So there's not that, so students saying, I can't find a job. I'm like, the question is, are you prepared to take the jobs that are available in the industry? That's the real question. So go ahead. So the Ethical Hackers Club tried to accomplish this mission. How did we accomplish this mission? Next slide. How did we accomplish this mission over the last, we're going to work on this mission. 3 areas. I said the vision for accomplishing the mission was we wanted to have an engaging learning environment and change the culture of, students say, hey, listen, there's somebody in this room that knows something that you need to know. Okay, there's somebody in here that knows a certain area of cybersecurity. So we want to create this environment where it was engaging. People get excited about learning. And I cannot tell you how beautiful and amazing it is to see these students on a Friday evening. We call it a virtual, party. Sit there and they are teaching each other. I take a step back. I need a breather, right? The professor got enough classes to teach. And secondly, we wanted to build up their competence, collaboration, and their communication, right? I want you to connect. I want you to collaborate. I want you to share your knowledge with your fellow club mates. And we want to get real hands-on experience and help them build their digital business brand. The world has changed, right? It's not the way when I came out of school, you go to the conference, you have a paper resume, you shake hands and, hey, I'm wonderful and amazing. No, you need to walk out of here with showing stuff that you've produced. And Stanley, I'm gonna introduce him in a second, and Abby is gonna show you some of the things they've produced over the last couple of years. So when they graduate from Palm Beach State College, they can go to an employer and say, hey, would you mind, instead of me just explaining this to you, let me show you some videos and some work that I've produced over the last couple of years at Palm Beach State College. Okay, keep going. Go ahead. Yeah. So this is some imagery, because this is a legal, by the way, law degree, University of Maryland, a couple hundred years ago too. the bottom line is this: if it's not in the legal mind side of me said, if it's not in writing, what? It didn't what? It did not happen. This is my number one thing. Everybody who knows me, membership number one has its privileges. You got to join the club. If we don't document it, it means nothing. Everybody's talking, but at the end of the day, show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. There it is over the last couple of years. This is us at a Cyber Brain Bowl competition, and they're getting excited about learning. We have in the fall. Okay, here, how did we accomplish it? Right now, we're changing the course and the curriculum. We just got the AI curriculum through. Now we got the cybersecurity curriculum in AS. So we're working on the curriculum behind the scenes all the time, building courses. The club and the vision and the mission. It's really important to know CAE certified as a cyber defense center here at Palm Beach. This is really important. We just came from a conference in Louisville, Kentucky last week, where we sat there with every single college and university in America does not have this status. Shout out to Dr. Owusu in our department who spent many years helping us get that. But guess what? It's not enough just to get it. We got to put it into action and use it, right? So we build a community, we build character, we build competence. Number one thing I said to students is this: you can't be an ethical hacker if you're not ethical. So I have workshops and I ask them all the time, you know, so how many people here would say they're ethical? Whoosh. I do this in every one of my classes. Y'all are just honest. Y'all like, you know, I don't know about that ethics stuff. y'all just let's skip ethics, right? And then the ones who do raise their hand, I said, okay, we have a test on ethics. Right now, we walk out this room. You have the bag left over there with $10,000 that you found. Nobody else was around. What would you do with that bag? We're right near the police station over there. Would you go to them and say, hey, listen, man, it could have been my lucky day, but you know what? I'm so honest, I got to give this money back. I can't do it. Or would you say, this is my lucky day, jump in your car and get up out of here? What would you do? Right? We will later, huh? Listen, so my point being, we preach ethics, right? So a lot of students don't know. Why do I mention that? Real quick. Why do I mention that? Because if you're going to enter of all the fields that you need to ensure that you have a proper ethical foundation, is the security field. So if when you go to work, whether it's the FBI, whether it's, you know, law enforcement, whatever, you're going to have your standards are going to be higher. So I have to get my students understanding, like, you know me, I grew up here in Fort Lauderdale. I know people from the other time, like, yo, dog, you can't do that no more, dog. We gotta move to the left. Can't do that no more if you want that type of a job. So we want to build a competence. So here's my thing. We want to build digital entrepreneurs. Stanley, Abby, you're going to quickly get to see them do their thing. We want students to think beyond, okay? So we created a cyber force team as well. They compete in national competitions, okay? So when you hear my boss said number 2 in the state, those are the best of the best that compete against other colleges. So just imagine amongst 28 colleges and universities in the state of Florida last year, we got number 2, right? In competition. And we did it with 3 guys and the rest of them had like 15 people in the room. And Abby woke up late. He'll tell you in a second. So Brain Bowl competitions, then we're joined the National Cyber League. Shout out to my boss. This is now we're getting to the point where we have license, but guess what? For those of us who are business partners in the room or potential business partners, those licenses cost what? Money. It costs money. And then the platform we're going to talk about in a second, the Cyberbit, that also costs. So we're looking to grow and expand this. We're passionate, we're enthusiastic, we're full of energy, but we're getting there. So the Cyberbit platform, that also costs money. I won't even let my boss tell you right now. Maybe if he do want to share it, how much it's going to cost him to maintain that and to keep it going forward every single year. We got industry partnerships, cybersecurity symposium, cyber week. Why is that important? 50% of it is I'm just going to give you the outlook of mine, because there's a lot of conferences going on. There's a lot of things going on, but I wanted to ensure that there's a platform for our students who are working to put their talents on display. Is that important? So half of the people that will be speaking at the conference are students at Palm Beach State College. And I challenge them to say, hey, listen, develop a project, vulnerability assessment, capture the flag, whatever may be your area, cryptography, you name it, put together a presentation, a demonstration. And now what happens, they see other kids in the club doing it and they get like, oh my God, Justin was on TV last semester for doing it. And now they're all more engaged. Go ahead and and then we forming college partnerships with other colleges and universities. This right here is a quick capture of anybody here ever worked on a grant? Anybody ever worked on a grant? So you have the grant took us, is a cybersecurity IT pathway grant between us and the school district of Palm Beach County and Palm Beach State College. So we're building curriculum pathways in IT and cybersecurity between the school district of Palm Beach County. This is truly has been a labor of love. I will not even go into this. They said this small picture, hundreds of millions of hours we put into this work to build this, but it captures a lot of things we did. Keep going, because I want to give these guys the floor so they could do what they do. Go ahead, next one. Okay, so that's an example of our award-winning team. And the result number 2 in the state, we're now more and more workforce prepared because we're working with all of these different partners, Cyberbit, CyberHub, Cyber Florida, Splunk, National Cyber League, Florida College System, Discord platform, Stanley, USF, FIU, MDC. We're doing partnerships now with these colleges that's above and beyond the classroom. Okay, and giving our students exposure. In the last poster you saw, we took visits to U.S. University of South Florida. We just came back from CyberCon conference. We now are going down. We went to FIU as part of the grant to tour their facilities and MDC. And I'm not a player hater, as I say. I'm an elevator. I like to put an elevator to the next level of life for my students. But you know, I do want some of my colleges and universities, I won't call their names, who have these wonderful facilities. I believe in us. I believe in what these students have done. If they've done so much with the little bit that we do have here, imagine if you guys could help walk out of here today and donate even some millions to us to do even more, so we could do even more with these students. Okay? So that being said, go ahead, last one. I think that's it. I want to make sure that I now want to turn over the floor. I'm going to have quickly Abi, you're there? He's going to come in virtually and he's going to do his, he's going to give a quick demonstration of one of the platforms we're working on. And then Stanley, who's right here in person, I'll introduce him. Now, let me set the stage for Abi. Abi is a fully online student. He's our captain of the National Cyber League. And Abi, can you come? You can switch him. You haven't found him yet? And he's graduating this semester, but we still got plans for him. And he actually worked in industry. So it just goes to show you what can be done with today's technology. Just imagine in the past, we didn't have a student like this couldn't come and connect with us and be able to do him. There he is right there, Abi. Abi, you ready to rock? Can you hear us? We hear you? We didn't hear you yet. See if you're on mute. Are you muted, Abi? You're muted. He said on your end somehow. Let's see. And even the logo for the club was designed by Stanley. So everything you see these kids, it's all student. That means it's working? Abi, double check that you're not muted. Let's see.
How about now? I toggled my mic.
Yes.
Down. Different things. Okay, you're good? Awesome. Nothing like rebooting a microphone. Okay, so yeah, appreciate the introduction, Professor Elliott. My name's Abi. I'm graduating this semester. I am also the director of IT for a advertising agency here in Orlando, Florida. And I grew up in Palm Beach County. I went to West Boca Raton High School. I was part of Palm Beach County School District for the first 20 years of my life. And I wanted to showcase some of the tools that we're using here in the school that are outside of the curriculum, but really expand our knowledge, expand our skill sets, expand the quality of education that we get here at Palm Beach State. So this is the National Cyber League. You all can see my screen, right? There's a lady in the front. I can see her hand. So perfect. I see a thumbs up. So the National Cyber League is a CTF competition that is national. So in the team game this year, there was 4,200 teams. In the individual game, there were 7,600 or more individuals competing in the game. And it is a set of different questions and challenges across different topics. So open source intelligence, cryptography, log analysis, forensics, enumeration and exploitation. So it's a broad range of cybersecurity topics that we're all able to figure out what we know best. So this is our scorecard from the team game that we played just last weekend. And we were able to earn 2,545 points out of 3,000 with a 96% accuracy, and we completed 83% of the challenges. Now, that 83%, it's kind of bothersome. I wish we got to 100% completion and 100% accuracy. But if we're looking at the score chart for how our school is doing, some of the students actually put their team name on here. And we were able to beat out a SANS school, a SANS institution team, which if you guys know what SANS is, they are one of the leading cybersecurity colleges in the country. And we were able to beat them out. So that is a huge amount of, I mean, as team captain, I'm so proud of our team and how hard they worked on getting higher and higher scores and working day and night through the night. Some of us went to bed at 8 in the morning working on these challenges. And if we're looking at the score breakdown of how we did, you can see us right here in the top right quadrant where only 5 teams did better or so than us in terms of our composite performance. So Palm Beach State is doing a fantastic job at furthering the amount of knowledge and education that we can gain and preparing us for the workforce. And you can see here, most of the things we had 100% accuracy on. Only on a couple of them did we slay just a little bit. So that dropped us down a little bit, but a lot better than we did previously. And this year, we were also able to have 6 people play. Last year, we only had 3. So we're getting more and more people involved. More students are learning. Even some of the students that may not be ready to compete and know enough about the topics to actually get questions solved or challenges done, they learned enough. They were able to participate in the game, be on our team, and see what we're doing and learn from the process and how we're doing things. So that way they can compete in further seasons. And this isn't just a team game, because we have that individual game. And it's not just you get a pretty score and you'd be like, oh, look, we did well. Here's some points. Here's some accuracy. Once the game is over, this one is from last year, they give you a scouting report for both the individual game and the team game. And this document is something that you can attach to your, you can take this link and stick it on your LinkedIn, stick it on your resume. If you already have certifications, we were able to earn 14 hours of continuing education credits. And it gives you a full breakdown that you can give to a company or a hiring manager to showcase your skill sets. So here it's saying, in cryptography, what did we actually have to do? In enumeration, what did we have to do? And if we scroll down to the individual sections here for cryptography, for the different questions, it will tell us exactly what that question was about, what that challenge was. So enumeration for everywhere, analyze JavaScript source code. So now I can prove that I understand how JavaScript works. Maybe I'm not a JavaScript developer, I don't know the language, but I'm able to interpret it well enough to understand how the code works and then use that knowledge in my cybersecurity role. For some of these, it's a really valuable resource for the students to be able to use in their job seeking tasks. And this is something that is completely outside this, big, huge thanks to Dean Hadley for getting us the funding and Professor Elliott for getting us the funding to actually be able to participate in these games, because there is a per student cost involved in all these. And on top of that, we also have access to Cyberbit, another lab-focused environment, also has a hard cost associated with it that the school has been able to secure funding for and get us involved. and get us more content that we can use to train ourselves and learn more about cybersecurity topics. And in Cyberbit, you have 835 units available to us right now. And there's topics all across the board. If you want to learn about Azure security basics, if you want to learn about AWS security basics, or it goes more advanced too, not just basics, obviously. But if you want to study for your cybersecurity assessment or your cybersecurity, I forget what CYSA certification is, but this is the cybersecurity associate or analyst certification from CompTIA. If you want to study for your Security Plus, there's modules here, Network Plus. All these modules are here ready for us to use, and they don't have to be associated with a course that we have to take. So if we already took a course in the past and we still wanted to learn more about something and get ready for a full certification, I don't have to take the new version of that course. I have access to these products, and then I can take that and study for it and take the exam. On top of that, Cyberbit has also developed modules in their system, putting together their courses specifically designated for certain classes. So we've integrated the Cyberbit lab environment into the coursework. And so students are able to take the exam, go through the labs, take the quizzes, and those scores are then reported to the professors and instructors. Here is an example of the course that we're using for one of our capstone classes. And there's things here like an F5 web application filter. This is giving us firsthand knowledge and experience in using F5 products. So this is not something that is freely available to us as students or as individual consumers. It's an expensive enterprise tool. And through Cyberbit, we're able to get hands-on experience with that tool and with that platform. So that way we can learn more about it and then use that in our jobs in the future. And so for this one with the F5 denial of service protection, here's a full lab. It comes with a network. So we have just a few devices attached to it. These can grow to be really large where there's 20, 30 different devices attached. So you have different computers and servers and firewalls, so on and so forth. And then each professor is able to access a lab manual that gives them more information on how the lab is going to work, more technical background, and different additional topics that they can share with the students. So that way the students aren't just going through a lab really quickly, but rather they can learn the full depth and breadth of a solution and product while continuing their education here at Palm Beach State College. So yeah, that was a super quick and fast overview of like two of the main tools we're using here at school to further our education. Again, huge thanks to Professor Elliott and Dean Hadley for making this possible. It is a big thing is being a remote student. I'm not able to go to classes. We have a meeting today in person for the Ethical Hackers Club, and I'm stuck at home 300 miles away. So
nah, but we appreciate you, man. All that everybody give Abi a shout out. I mean, this guy, everyone that's a professor, right? Everybody that's in the education business, there are certain days and moments where you're like, okay, that's why I don't mind the beat down. This is why I do my job, and I love doing it, because to be honest with you, not only did the students discover the club, this club helped discover these type of students, right? And if we didn't have this, what I call cybersecurity infrastructure, these things wouldn't happen. So thanks, Abi. We only got maybe 5 minutes left. I know we out of time. Well, you know what? Let me just bring Stanley up and just wave him goodbye. Stanley, can we give him a minute? Okay, yeah, please. Stanley, yeah, let me shout. You know me, I always wanted to be a cheerleader, right, in high school, right? So Stanley, listen, this is a dual enrollment. So this guy's online. This one is physically here, sitting at home, beating the machine into the earth, eating computers for breakfast. And then he found out there's this ethical hackers club at Palm Beach State College. And he was like, no way, right? And since then, I cannot tell you how amazing this guy is. He lives it. So dual enrollment, he's one of our cybersecurity all-stars. He's gonna give you a quick demo. And show them.
Hey, y'all. So I'm going to do a really quick run through of what we do for as far as resources for the club. Do I have permissions? I'm from Dwyer High School. William T. Dwyer.
We get you in the fall, right, Stanley? You be here in the fall, say yes.
I'll be here in the fall. Can they see? Says it's sharing. Technical difficulties. Trying. Seems so. What are you doing?
So I get something out of the NCL, the National Cyber League, it's huge. I mean, we're up there now.
Hello, hello. Yeah, it's not working. It's a Zoom problem, it looks like. So we're just gonna wing it. I actually can show on my phone. So we have a Canvas shell for sharing resources with the students. And so the main focus of the Canvas shell and the Discord and all of these other places where we kind of collaborate with the students and the leaders is to teach the students how to hack. And that's, every topic you can think of. So I'll pull up the Discord here. Can we see this on camera? Can you pull up the camera? For those? I don't know if this is, it's not visible at all. So, down, up. All right, so you can kind of see it. Where are we going? There you go. Okay, so this is our Discord server. And so in this server, we have a channel called Resources. And this is where me and some of the other club leaders post resources for the students to learn all about hacking. These ones are for cryptography and binary exploitation, which is a pretty difficult topic to learn, but there's about 7 hours or so of YouTube videos right there. And it keeps going with just more resources that they can use on capture the flag challenges and so on. And we also have a Canvas shell with a similar focus. Did we get it up? The Canvas? Okay, I guess we didn't. It's a classic case of tech guys having tech problems. So I was told to prepare a quick demonstration. This was supposed to be like 5 minutes, my section. So if you open your phone's network settings, you might see some Wi-Fi networks, which is a cool little feature of this ESP8266 board, which is just a Wi-Fi chip in the most minimal possible footprint. And it's technically a denial of service attack, but it's a low footprint, so none of you guys will be affected. And it can also be used to intercept Wi-Fi traffic with more advanced tools. So that's all I have, I think. Yep, there's Ethical Hackers Club, there's my GitHub. Yeah, there's like 5 or 7 or something. There's quite a few. And you can do I've tested up to 50, so. You got it? Cool. So that's all I have. Yeah, don't join them. Okay, good.
All right, give him a hand, guys. Good job, Stanley. Even with technical issues, he still came through. All right, so that was our cybersecurity side. Now we're going to give you a dose from a professor who will be leading our AI effort in terms of courses. I'd like to introduce none other than Professor Scott Hannon.
And Dean Hadley, I think we want to just quickly share the vast amount of content we have on our Canvas shell, just showcasing all the different topics we've covered. So all our meeting recordings from years, different challenges we have. And then down here at the bottom, we're having even more stuff. So we've had from the symposium that we had, the different presentations we did, they're recorded and available for students that weren't able to participate to now watch in the past. From the Cyber Week Fall, different topics here. I mean, there is a lot of videos from a lot of students. We wouldn't be able to keep track of everything we're doing here unless we had something like this Canvas shell. And then most recently, we have some keynote speaker recordings we had from from Know-Before-Con. So pretty cool, everything on here.
That'll run through that one. Yeah. All right. So this has been years in the works. Thanks to Dr. Yohe and so many others on this. So President Parker initiated this whole process to get us AI programs. And we've got, Dean showed us two. We've got a third one that lives in our programming program as well. So we essentially have 3 AI-related programs, whether it's an AS or a college credit certificate. I'm gonna briefly walk through, and I value all y'all's time. I know it's been a long day, but I'm gonna walk through the things that we have at the program level and the course level. There it goes. So our AS and AI, here's a list of the courses that we have relative to AI intense courses. And we've got the first prompt engineering course in the state. So when they were talking about GPT, that's the first course in the state to be able to teach how to feed or engineer the prompts for GPT models. So if you're using BARD, if you're using ChatGPT, whatever it may be, that's what that course is designed for. Required course in our associate science and AI. The thought process that we had as we developed the program, it's not like Miami-Dades. It's not like any other AI program in the state. We looked at it from the standpoint that we're taking students that may not be familiar with computers at all. And in the first course, that CAI 1001 course, we actually, I'll walk through that one. We actually hit them in the first module of the course with a digital literacy certification through LinkedIn Learning. They'll go through 3 different courses in LinkedIn Learning in the first couple of weeks. Knock that out. They've got something in their tool belt that shows they understand the digital environment. We introduce them to the history of AI. And AI, for those that don't know, it's been around way, way longer than the web. It's back in the 50s. And we haven't trusted AI for close to 70 years now. We have distrusted it. And it's proven itself wrong over and over again. But when we talk about that accuracy or the reliability of an AI model, I'll talk about those AI models here in a little bit. We talk about the accuracy of it. My dissertation, my research is in skin cancer diagnosis. And the accuracy of machine learning models or AI models is better than 19 out of 20 doctors. So if we took 20 doctors and said, all right, here's a case, tell us, is this cancer or not? And then we took that same image and fed it into the AI model, it's going to be better, more accurate than 19. But there's always that one doctor that is better than, because that's that person that woke up, they're bringing their A game every day. We want to have the students understand that it's reliable, but like I said, trust but verify. So I have students in programming classes, we'll have them go through and write code, do assignments. When we get to the end of the course or towards the end of the course, now they're well-versed. They're developers, they're coders. They know how the thing works. They know the functionality. I said, take that assignment that you did before, write a prompt, have ChatGPT or Bard generate the code for it, and tell me how accurate it is. How accurate do you think it is? Complex problems. Anybody? Got a guess? It's about 80% wrong. So about 20% of the time, it's right, to where 20% of the time, the students can take that code, run it as they expected it to run, and it works. They don't have to do anything to it. The other 80% of the time, they have to go and make modifications, do something, and that the lights go off, and they're like, whoa, wait a minute. I thought this was the answer. It's an answer. It's like that smart friend you have that you ask him anything and he'll give you an answer. But is it always right? He'll tell you it's right. So we go through and we talk about AI, the history in industry, how it's applied in the enterprise, and they're doing research on the whole time. We don't teach it from the understanding that, here, I'm going to tell you what you need to know and you just need to remember it. This is all them researching. Go out, find out, what do you see? What's new? What's coming new? What's coming next? So they learn how to learn, not how to remember. They'll remember things, but they remember how to learn and how to gain more knowledge. They learn the difference between supervised learning and unsupervised learning. And the difference is what we were talking about, and when he said the different types of GPTs. And Chris was like, well, I'm not too sure on it. Supervised and unsupervised. Supervised, we give it some information and tell it, here's what you need to look for. We give it some labeled data and it goes back and forth and it's, oh, okay, you taught me. I got a model that works right. We've gotten to the point now that we don't tell it the rules. We just give it a massive data and say, you tell me what the rules are, because I don't, apparently I'm wrong. These machine learning or deep learning algorithms or models will come back and say, here's what was important. You thought it was this for decades, and that's not what the big deal was. So as we go through these modules in this course, they're seeing the 10,000-foot view of AI. They're not coding anything in this course. No code, no programming. They got another course they'll learn programming. Could be in the same semester, and it doesn't have to be. So as we get into the software part of it, it's the mouse. There we go. I was going to build one of these from scratch, but I don't want to take up a whole bunch more of your time, but I want to show you how they go through and do the work in the software that we have. Spinning up. There it goes. Where we provide, or there's built-in data sets. And there's so much data out there today. So the model that we go through is iris identification, three different types of the iris flower. So here's what I have them do. So we're going to do iris classification. Now, as a human, you can look at it, well, I recognize that, and years in horticulture, you know one from the other. We want to build a model that will look at those images and some attribute of the flower. It'll capture the data and say, all right, based on this data, it identifies which flower or classifies the flowers as being one or another. So we can go through and using a product that's free to us. So we don't have to, and one of the things we're trying to do as much as we can is cut the cost in every area that we can for the students, whether it's textbooks, software. Another piece of software we have for them that doesn't cost them anymore. And we can end up with a zero cost or zero fees for it on top of everything else we're doing for them. So this software allows them to, on that little file icon, that connects to a data set, and I can use these widgets to get the data table and say, well, I want to see the data, 5 different attributes associated with the flowers. It's known data, it's supervised data that's already been labeled. So I feed that known data. Here's measures tied to a specific class of flower, one of the 3. So it's all labeled here in the iris column. And we tell it to go learn. And we feed that data, it's this line here. We feed that data into a test and score model. And I say, all right, now that I have that, I want to take it and use different models. So the pink circles you see are different AI models using different algorithms. And when I say algorithms, you may not be familiar with the word algorithm, but how many of y'all know how to make a ham sandwich? Or chili? He said, man, my mom makes great chili. So how does she make it? That's a family secret. If she wrote that down, it's a step-by-step process, all the little ins and outs, the different nuances of that recipe, the steps of how you do things and the values associated with quantity, weights, measures, everything that comes into play, that's the algorithm for making that exact chili. And if we have it documented step by step, we can replicate it every time we do it. So that's what those pink circles are, is the recipe, if you will, how to get the data through some algorithm so that we can classify things. So they learn that different models can do different things. And I come over here and I can see the test scores for just the data. I can see the test scores here for each of the models. CA is the accuracy of it. So I got 94%, 94%, 96, 96, 95. That's off of the data that's there. If I now come over and say, you know what? I want to take some data that I have here that I've created and test it. So it went through and it learned, and it's, man, I'm 96, 97, whatever percent accurate. Well, what if I give you something else that's not in that? Show me how good you are. And I've seen this before where a professor said, I want to test your model. You got a good classification for image detection, object detections in images. And you say, here. And he'd throw down a handful of paper clips and say, take a picture of that. Have it tell me how many paper clips are there. You got a great model? Show me how great it is. And it worked great with the images they had, but when you threw something new at it, the success rate dropped 30%. So with this, they're seeing, all right, how good was it with what you taught it how to do? Now, let's go look at the predictions and see How good was it with that stuff that I came up with arbitrarily? And if they use K nearest neighbors or A to boost, they get 100% on every one of them right. Whereas the others, not so good. They don't have to know all the fine details and the mechanics of it. They just need to know, give me a fundamental of what's a K nearest neighbors thing. Oh, well, I grew up in gardens. And in gardens back in the day, everybody's parents either worked at RCA, they worked at a local store, or they worked out at Pratt. One of the three. I'm dating myself much like Dwight was doing. But if you went from one house to the next and say, all right, what are the odds of what's your dad do? I bet he works at Pratt. So it was the same concept, K nearest neighbors. And you were judging based on groupings. So they understand that. They don't have to know the mechanics of that recipe, but they know the concept and when to use and what to use. So they can go through and perform AI classification using a variety of different models. Didn't write the first word of code. And that's just in the first course, in the first 4 months or so, that they get the concepts. They're learning what AI is. As we get through the program, that one. As we get through the program, they get introduced to machine learning courses, data science courses, data analytics courses, computer vision, where they analyze images and they'll classify how many people are in the image, how many cars are in the image. Natural language processing. They can go do semantic classification based on student feedback on an exam. So we've got our students that'll go through at the end of each term, go answer these questions. And when you look at it, well, that sounded good. I can have AI go evaluate each one of those responses and it classify them as, oh, we were 95%. Based on the wording, 95%, they liked the class. They didn't like it, whatever. And it's all language processing, identifying specific words or combination of words, and then classifying that response as whatever it may be. So they've gone from no code or code free to now they're doing it in another free platform. That's Google, so it's out there. The base level's free, and we can use that. And all their code is in here. All the libraries that they're using are free. They end up learning, when it's all said and done, how to apply. They're not top master's level programmers, but they understand the mechanics of AI, the overall aspect of it. In that first course, at CAI 1001, at the end of the class, the last thing they have to do is go through, they've got an entire module on ethics. Social, moral, and philosophical implications of AI. Is it good? Is it bad? They've gone through the legal aspect of it, and they know the current government stance on AI, the latest legislation within the last 12 months, what's come out. They understand what you can do, what you can't do, where's it going, and now they know why. They're doing that self-reflection. Do I let it do? Do I let it tell me what to do? If I was that doctor, they're afraid. They're absolutely terrified of having something that's not going to replace their job, but it's going to cut back their billable hours. So it's going to hit them in the pocketbook. So that, but it's great. I want to throw it back over to Dr. Yohi and thank you. That's what I was going to say. We got the diehards.
Great day. Thank you, Scott. And